The Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, popularly known as BCICAI, is one of the largest organized professional bodies of Indians in Bahrain and one of the premier accountancy bodies. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the parent body of BCICAI, is the first accounting body among those in the South Asian countries who shall host the World Congress of Accountants in the year 2022. The Bahrain chapter of ICAI is rated highly amongst the 44 foreign chapters and 24 representative offices of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The Bahrain chapter was recognized as the best overseas chapter for 5 successive years, starting from 2016 to 2020. With members spread over various domains, including government, public, and private organizations, the BCICAI provides a forum to members for furtherance of their professional knowledge. Since its conception in 1985, with the advent of a new era of post-pandemic environment, the chapter is launching the 13th Annual International Conference, a grand physical event after a period of 1 year of COVID-19 restrictions. The conference shall provide a platform for various entities in Bahrain to collaborate with BCICAI. One of the largest gatherings of C-level executives and key decision makers of various high-profile organizations in Bahrain and neighboring GCC countries.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, sponsors, guests, and my dear professional colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. I am CA Natasha Gopalakrishnan, Joint Treasurer of Bahrain Chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India.
And I am CA Radhika Zinzuwadia, Executive Committee Member of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI. Together, we will walk you through the inaugural session. On behalf of the BCICI Chairperson, CA Santosh Varghese, Vice Chairperson, CA Sharmila Sheth, and the entire Executive Committee of the Bahrain Chapter, it gives us immense pleasure in welcoming each one of you to the Second International Women CA Conference.
The theme of our conference, Break the Bias, encourages each one of us to continue speaking out against bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. It motivates us to strive towards an inclusive world with no gender inequality. As rightly said by Michelle Obama, there is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. Today, we have brought together an inspiring set of female entrepreneurs who have all paved paths to success in their own unique ways.
We at BCICAI express wholehearted gratitude to all our sponsors who are one of the enablers of this successful event. Our title sponsor is TIW Capital Group. Our platinum sponsors are Grant Thornton, KPMG, and EK Kanu. Our event sponsors are Trafco Group, Protivity, Keypoint, Standard Chartered, Tally, American Express, Awal Dairy, Ahli United Bank, and Diyar Al Muharrak.
Before we proceed to the opening session, let us go over some housekeeping rules. To ensure a seamless session, please keep your mics on mute. If you have any questions, kindly post them in the chat box and they will be addressed at the end of the session. We have exciting raffle sessions throughout the conference, which will be conducted by our ever-enthusiastic member, CA Roana. So keep your eyes out for her presence on the screen. Please be present in order to claim your prize. We also have a Kahoot quiz session at the end, which will be conducted by our charming member, CA Nisha. We request all members to please download the Kahoot application on your mobile for the quiz session.
So now that the ground rules are set, we request everyone to please rise for national anthems of Bahrain, India, and the ICAI anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you, everyone. We now have Mrs. Gayatri Nath, a beloved and active family member of the chapter. Gayatri is well known for her quizzing skills and poem writing. I now invite her to recite the poem titled An Ode to Women Entrepreneurs, which she has penned down exclusively for our conference today.
Thank you, Radhika and Natasha. A congregation of powerful women breaking all the bias, brought together by BCICAI onto this virtual dais. A celebration of their achievements, willpower and determination. To all these superpowers, this is a humble dedication. Woman is what I was born to be. Entrepreneur, I chose to be. To chase my dreams, I gave myself wings. One can never put in words the joy it brings. It has never been smooth, the road to this dais. One step at a time, breaking the bias. Making decisions, facing judgments, proving abilities, yet questioned on commitments. The emotions always go on a roller coaster ride. Happiness, guilt, anxiety, sometimes anger, and mostly pride. But what keeps me moving through every single strife is the difference I make in many a people's life. At the end of the day, I'm just another being. At the end of the day, I'm just another being trying to chase my dreams and make a honest living. Woman is what I was born to be. Entrepreneur, I chose to be. Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely poem, Gayatri. I now request our chairperson, C.A. Santosh Varghese, and vice chairperson, C.A. Sharmila Sheth, to light the lamp on behalf of our dignitaries. It is now time to hear from our chairperson, C.A. Santosh Varghese, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, C.A. Radhika and C.A. Nadasha, for the wonderful introduction and setting the tone for the second International Women Conference. Distinguished dignitaries, invited guests, sponsors, overseas chapter members, executive committee team, organizing team of this wonderful conference, and my dear members, a very good morning to all. Today, we are fortunate to have His Excellency Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Ms. Sosan Abdul Hassan, Director Benefits Co, Ms. Farial Nas, Founder and Chairwoman of Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization, C.S. Sripriya Kumar, ICA Central Council Member, among our special guests. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all this joyous occasion of BCICAI Second International Women's Conference titled Break the Bias. As an individual, I am always unbiased. I am sure it's the same with all of you. But when we collectively operate, many a times the bias gets visible and our fairer sex will be on the receiving end. Therefore, BCICAI as an organization trying to deliberate how we can avoid, at least reduce the bias of the collective force. Currently, Break the Bias is a positive, vibrant movement. Let us try to achieve the objective in a positive and constructive manner. It is wrong to assume that the bias is from men in the society to women folks. Rather, the reality is that women get discriminated due to the social and cultural stereotypes practiced by the society for a very long time. Therefore, we shall work towards breaking that bias rather than ending up making this as a fight between men and women. As the chairperson of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, to this special conference as a dignitary. I'm equally happy to welcome Ms. Sosan Abdul Hassan, Independent Director Benefits Co, Ms. Farial Nas, Founder and Chairwoman of Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization, CA Debashish Mitra, our beloved president of ICI in his absence due to Central Council meeting. CA Anike Sunil Talati, Honorable Vice President of ICI. CA Sripriya Kumar, ICA Central Council member. Acclaimed speakers, invited guests, valued partners, overseas chapter members, past chairpersons of BCICI, executive committee members, beloved members of BCICI, friends and well-wishers of BCICI. As the chairperson of BCICI, it gives immense pleasure to welcome one and all to the second edition of International Women's Conference titled Break the Bias. I am sure our Vice Chairperson, C.A. Sharmila Shet, also the chair of this event, will help us understand what is meant by break the bias for us during the second BCICI International Women Conference. Thank you very much for all of you being here today. Back to you, C.A. Radhika and C.A. Nadasha.
Thank you, CA Santosh. We now invite our Vice Chairperson, CA Sharmila Sheth, who is leading our Women CA Conference for the second time. Over to you, Sharmila.
Thank you, CA Natasha and CA Radhika for that wonderful introduction. Respected Your Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Sausan Abul Hassan, Representative of Supreme Council of Women, Faryal Naz, Founder and Chairwoman, Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President, ICAI, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, Vice President, ICAI, CA Sripriya Kumar, ICAI Central Council Member, women leaders of other GCC chapters, members of BCICI and Overseas Chapter, and other distinguished guests from Indian Ladies Association, C2A Toastmasters Club, CMA Chapter, Bahrain India Society, and Bahrain Chapter of Sri Lankan Chartered Accountants. A very good morning and a very warm welcome to you all to the second Women Conference of Bahrain Chapter of ICI, titled Break the Bias. It is no secret that the future is female, and the month of March is marked as a Women History Month across the globe. The global campaign theme for the International Women's Day for this year, as also for our conference, is Break the Bias. Breaking the bias means seeing each other as equals. That might sound like a simple task in this day and age, but clearly it is not as simple as we think. Portraying women as goddess in temples and reality undersell their achievements. Can't believe that we are in 2022 and we are still fighting for it. If we are ever going to achieve true equality across every societal, cultural, and business area, then we need to break all the bias which has almost become a standard practice. Whether deliberate or unconscious, bias does make it difficult for women to move ahead. But knowing that the bias exists isn't enough, and action is needed to level the playing field. Although important gains have been made for women's rights and equality over the time, much work still remains to be done to achieve a world that is free of bias and discrimination, where the difference is valued and celebrated. And we all can make and break the bias by our own thoughts and action. And this conference is our humble attempt towards that. The second International Women's Conference will explore this theme, break the bias, through the lens of entrepreneurship. And for that, we have brought together inspiring entrepreneurs from different niches who have broken the so-called barriers and have successfully paved their paths to claim their share in this area. I'm sure you are going to experience a wonderful day today, hearing to all these inspiring women. Behind every successful woman, there is a tribe of other successful women who have her back. And I am so proud of my tribe. Conducting this women conference was only possible due to the immense support of the women members of ICAI. A big thank you and a big shout out goes to CA Radhika, CA Natasha, CA Khushbu, CA Aswati, CA Nisha, CA Rohana, CA Ambika, CA Karishma, CA Deepa, CA Ria, CA Shubhachri, and all other YCAP members who have successfully and selflessly worked to make this women conference a reality. A big thank you also goes out to Gayatri Nath, wife of our member CA Nat Venkatachalam, for a wonderful poem, An Ode to Woman Entrepreneur. Also, my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson CA Santosh Varghese and all the executive committee members and our mentors who have come forward to provide all the necessary guidance and support. With that, I will hand over the control back to CA Radhika and CA Natasha to take the inaugural session forward. Hope you all have a wonderful day and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Sharmila, for those powerful words. Now, I request our first dignitary of the conference and patron to the chapter, India's ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastava, to please address the session. Over to you, sir. Your mic is on mute, sir. Can you please unmute?
Yeah. Am I audible now? Thank you, CA Radhika, CA Natasha. Very good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. CA Santosh, Chairman of Bahrain Chapter of ICAI, Ms. Swasan Abdul Hassan, Representative of Supreme Council of Women, Ms. Faryal Nas, Founder and Chairwoman, Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, Vice President of ICAI, CA Sharmila Seth, distinguished guests and speakers on the panel from Kingdom of India and Bahrain, council members of ICAI, representatives of Indian associations, members of Bahrain chapter of ICAI. Very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure today to be part of this conference with the theme Break the Bias as part of International Women's Day celebrations organized by Bahrain chapter of ICAI. The importance of the topic, the theme has already been so well elaborated by CA Sharmila Seth, so I don't get into this. I will just say I fully agree with what she mentioned, and I hope that this conference take this this theme forward and educate all of us about how the way forward. I congratulate to all women entrepreneurs who are present here, who have carved a niche for themselves and have been successful in their careers and a source of inspiration to others, society in large. Bahrain chapter of ICAI, one of the very active and vibrant overseas chapters, and also the largest organized professional body of Indians in Bahrain, has once again been awarded the Best Overseas Chapter Award for year 2021. Congratulations to all the office bearers and the members for this feat. Bahrain chapter is also among the most active Indian associations in Bahrain. They have been in the forefront of socio-cultural and charitable activities for the members of the community, besides promoting bilateral trade and economic cooperation. The chapter has been working closely with the embassy, and as part of India at 75 celebrations, we have organized a series of events which keep happening regularly, and We all know about it, so I will not elaborate on that. One of the remarkable features of Bahrain chapter of ICAI is its active women members who play crucial roles in implementing chapter's mandate and activities. Distinguished guests, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in his address at a seminar on International Women's Day said, and I quote, "Women are reflection of ethics, loyalty, decisiveness, and leadership." He saluted our Nari Shakti and their accomplishments in diverse fields, ranging from financial inclusion to social security, quality healthcare to housing, education to entrepreneurship. Government of India has always focused on women empowerment through various schemes and emphasized on dignity and opportunity. The Kingdom of Bahrain has made concerted efforts to ensure advancement of Bahraini women. With their competence and efforts, Bahraini women are competing at a global level. Bahraini women working in healthcare field, business, social organizations, parliament, as well as public, non-government institutions and in the government have made distinguished contribution in Kingdom's developmental efforts. The recent success of Bahraini women in the 30th Board of Directors of BCCI, the elections which were held recently, reflects the successful efforts and achievements of Bahraini women in all fields. I'm sure that all viewers will be eagerly waiting to hear the success stories of distinguished women entrepreneurs who have graced this occasion today. Before I conclude, I congratulate the members of BC Bahrain chapter of ICAI for their great efforts and initiative in organizing this event, particularly its women members led by C.S. Sharmila Seth, and wish all of you the very best in your future endeavors and the success of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your continued support in all our chapter activities. Our next dignitary to grace us with her presence is Ms. Sausan Abul Hassan, representative of Supreme Council of Women, Independent Director at Benefitco and GAMCO, and member of Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sia Natasha and Sia Radhika. Good morning, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank Bahrain chapter of ICAI for the invite and the opportunity to be part of this valuable conference. Today, I'm representing the Supreme Council for Women, an official institution that was established back in August 2001. As a way of background, the council is chaired by Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa, President of the Supreme Council for Women, and the Secretary General, Her Excellency Mrs. Hala Al Ansari. The council's mission is to empower Bahraini women and emerge their needs in the development programs to ensure the sustainability of their family stability, to consolidate the principle of equal opportunities in order to ensure competitiveness of Bahraini women, continuity of their learning, and providing diverse opportunities to Bahraini women in order to enhance the standard of their quality of life within a framework of legislation and supporting policies. As a strategy, the Supreme Council for Women is considered since 2001 on setting the national strategy for the advancement of Bahraini women through effective partnership and cooperation with collaborative effort of all official institutions and civil society institutions. Now, to make this plan workable, the National Plan for the Advancement of Bahraini Women that was set back in 2013 comes within a framework of values, which forms the foundation and pillars that direct efforts toward national aims. This framework has higher values of justice and women empowerment, followed by equal opportunities, ensuring women's rights, partnership, and alliances, as well as adopting entrepreneurship and innovation as systemic values, which lead efforts toward women empowerment. Part of the goals of the national plan is encouraging innovative entrepreneurial projects. How we could achieve that? This is achieved through a number of mechanisms. Number one, being specialized recruitment exhibitions, having mentoring and individual session, awareness of accelerators and incubators. Now, to achieve all of these, the Council ensured to have international, regional partnership and cooperation to contribute in initiating many programs and projects to execute the national plan, to implement the strategy of advancement of Bahraini women, and provide necessary support and financing to implement these projects. As an example of the cooperation, on the Gulf level, there is General Women Union Cooperation in United Arab Emirates. There is a cooperation with the Dubai Foundation for Women and Children. On a regional level, there is a cooperation with National Council for Women in Egypt, and on international level with United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and United Nations Women Fund. Now, talking about entrepreneurship and to support and encourage entrepreneurs, the Council launched back in 2011 Bahraini Female Entrepreneur Owner Seal to support and reinforce young Bahraini competencies in the field of entrepreneurship and reflect their efforts and roles. This was launched back in 2011. And part of the goals are honor outstanding young Bahraini females in the field of entrepreneurship, encourage outstanding young Bahraini females in the entrepreneurship field, activate partnership between the Supreme Council for Women and civil society institutions, shed the light on economic and investment sectors in the kingdom. Who are targeted in this initiative? Young Bahraini females who are pioneers in private economic institutions and have excelled in performing their social responsibility. I would like also to highlight, in addition to the Council, there is also the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Bahrain that encourages women in the private sectors with focus on entrepreneurs and SMEs, both Bahrainis and expatriates. Members of the Chamber can contribute to the economy through the different sectorial committees. We in the Chamber will be looking for cooperation with Bahrain chapter of ICAI going forward. Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sawsan. It was indeed great listening from you. Now, we are delighted to have amongst us Ms. Faryal Nas, founder and chairwoman of Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization, Vice Chairman, Asian Bahrain Council, WBAF, High Commissioner, Bahrain, and Country Director and Executive Director of NAS Group. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, dear Nikasha and Shia, and a very good morning to all of you. His Excellency, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Ms. Sharmila, Vice Chairperson of the BCICAI. Thank you very much for inviting me today to share our DEO endeavor. And also, I'd like to welcome my colleague, Mrs. Sawsan Abul Hassan, Supreme Council representatives and Bahrain Chamber board member. Thanks to the BCICAI for organizing such a very important conference with regards to the women and breaking the barriers. Women plays a very important role in the world economy. The confidence level of women entrepreneurs will continue to grow. With more than 400 million women entrepreneurs worldwide, 153 million of them operate successful businesses, 38% of female business owners in 2020, the percentage of female entrepreneurs has increased by 114% in the last 20 years. And the most challenges faced by startups and entrepreneurs is access to finance, professional mentorship, access to global networks with different organizations and platforms from around the globe. We as a Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization, we have launched our organization 4 years back based on our collective experience in serving in the NGOs that serves the women in the Kingdom of Bahrain. BEO is an active organization that is part of the dynamic entrepreneurship ecosystem in the Kingdom of Bahrain that promotes innovation and the exchange of experiences in the entrepreneurship field, and it provides new opportunities to develop capabilities of youth and women entrepreneurs in the fields of innovation and creativity. It also provides mentorship for entrepreneurs in their professional careers, support entrepreneurs in business through industry-specific focus group. It also works on strengthening business relations between entrepreneurs and their counterparts organization globally by engaging with other global platforms. BO was successfully accomplished relationships and signed different MOUs with different global platforms, like opening the World Business Angel Investment Forum chapter in Bahrain, and have been accomplishing different training programs for angel investing in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And we also signed an MOU with the GWIN, which is the Global Women Invention and Network in the UK. And we also signed an MOU with the IOEC, which is the International Women Entrepreneurial Challenge from USA. So we are very glad to serve and support women entrepreneurs in the Kingdom of Bahrain and trying to allow them to network and get engaged with other global women from around the globe. I am also would like to share with you that I have been, and I'm also actually honored to be part of the WBF, the World Business Angel Investment Forum, as a High Commissioner and a Bahrain country office director. And and recently I have been appointed as a board member in the Global Executive Women Leaders Council from the WBF, which serves and have different programs to support women worldwide when it comes to access to finance, mentorship, anything that relates to women startups, women leadership, women entrepreneurs. It will be touched base through this Global Executive Council. And of course, we are very lucky that we are Bahraini women and we have been supported by the First Lady in Bahrain, Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa, the President of Supreme Council for Women, the wife of His Majesty the King. She is our role model here in Bahrain, and she is the main person behind the empowerment of Bahraini women today. And Bahraini women, I'd like to say that Bahraini woman today has been empowered already, and she is looking to go into the next level, especially with our leadership with His Majesty the King. He is the first supporter for Bahraini women. Thank you for having me today, and I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those words. It gives us great joy to hear about all the initiatives for women entrepreneurs here in Bahrain as well. Now, our ambassador, His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastava, has to leave the conference due to prior commitments. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us today.
Before we all leave, I request all the dignitaries who've spoken so far to stay online for just one virtual photograph so that we can cherish this memory in the future as well. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. ICAI President CA Dr. Debashish Mitra has been an ardent supporter of our chapter. Due to prior commitments, he's unable to attend the conference today, but has sent us a video message from India. Can we have the message, please?
Greetings from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. It is about 8:30 p.m. in India, and I speak to you from the Institute's headquarters at New Delhi. I am very happy to note that the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is organizing its second annual Women's Conference. The Institute, since its inception in 1949, has grown to be a huge monolith organization. Today, we have 164 branches in India, 5 regional councils, and our footprints are not only restricted to the boundaries of India, but we have become a global body in the sense that we have 44 overseas chapters, 29 overseas representative offices. We are present in 47 countries of the world and 73 cities globally. I am also very happy to note that the theme of the conference today is Break the Bias. At the Institute, we have encouraged our women members and students to aspire, and we have encouraged them to attain success in all their efforts. You'll be happy to note also that 23% of our members are ladies, and about 44% of our students are females. And these lady members and female students make us proud. The Institute is always standing by their side, updating them, encouraging them so that, you see, they attain great success in their careers. I wish all of you the very best. The Bahrain chapter is a very respected chapter of our institute, and I wish this chapter great success in all its future endeavors. Thank you.
We thank CA Debashish for his message. Next, we have a message from CA Aniket Sunil Talati, Vice President of ICAI, who is also otherwise engaged today and couldn't be with us. Can we have the message, please?
Let me take this opportunity to wish all the incredible, independent, successful, educated women out there. I'm extremely glad to note that the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is organizing its second annual event to celebrate womanhood. It's a matter of great pride that women, either in profession or in business as entrepreneurs, have been leaving their mark across the globe. It may be the Indian economy, the economy of the Middle East, of Bahrain, or any part of the world. We are seeing women at the forefront of business and profession and ensuring economic growth, not just of their countries, but of the entire globe. The United Nations has set for itself Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and amongst them, a very important SDG is SDG 5, which talks about equality for women, giving our girls and women the same opportunities and equalities that men have. And here again, the Institute is at the forefront of implementing a lot of these SDGs through our Sustainability Development and the Sustainability Standards Board initiatives. Here, let me mention that the ICAI has been registering a phenomenal growth of women members as chartered accountants. Today, more than 28% of our members are women. A more heartening figure are the women and girls pursuing the course of chartered accountancy. And that number is as high as 44%. The day is not far when we will have equal number of boys and girls doing the course of chartered accountancy. And as we are seeing in each and every result, the girls have been outperforming the boys. We will definitely see a day in the near future where we will have eventually equal number of male and female chartered accountants. And that truly would be another day for us to rejoice and celebrate the success of the SDG 5, and more importantly, equality of women in all spheres of life. I once again extend my heartiest congratulations and compliments to the entire managing committee of the Bahrain chapter for organizing this second annual event, which is celebrating womanhood. And I am sure all the participants will be greatly benefited by the deliberations and discussions that are to happen. I went through the entire structure of the program, all the panelists who are going to speak and address to you. And I'm sure as Bahrain chapter has been leaving a mark on not just membership of the Middle East, but the entire globe, this event too will be watched across the world by women chartered accountants, women entrepreneurs, and will definitely be an inspirational event for all of them. I once again wish all the participants and the conference organizing committee of Bahrain chapter all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you for that encouraging message, sir. We now have CA Sripriya Kumar joining us from ICAI. Sripriya is an ICAI council member and managing partner of SPR & Co. Over to you, ma'am.
Here's a very, very hearty good afternoon and good morning to you at Bahrain, to all the dignitaries who are attending this function today, and to Sharmila, the chairperson of the Bahrain chapter, who has put this event together. Here's a very happy belated Women's Day, International Women's Day, March 8th. I'm truly delighted to be attending other work. I happen to chair the Women Members Empowerment Committee this year. And this year, very interestingly, we've decided to sort of look at a different theme. Which is women chartered accountant professionals from empowerment to excellence. I truly believe that education is empowerment. And in that context, I think being chartered accountants, having passed one of the toughest courses in the world, we truly stand empowered. From here on, what we want to convert our lives into sort of lives of excellence. And by excellence, again, I don't want to set a wrong context or a CFO, but I think it's very important that every person in this world, man or woman, we must want to realize our potential, our full potential. And that's what excellence is all about. So, and in terms of the Women Members Empowerment Committee, I'm very, very happy to let you know that the President and the Vice President have been extremely supportive. On out a very small action plan for ourselves, but a very deep one at that. All chapters abroad would be vital ingredients and vital components of enabling this action plan. And some of the broad aspects of the action plan that I'd just like to speak for just 1 minute are as follows. Number one, we would continue to do programs for women, but these are not going to be on technical topics. These are going to be focused on leadership skills for women. Because wherever we operate, whether it's the family or whether it's your own office or whether it's an organization, we just need to inculcate leadership skills in women. So that's going to be the first thing. The second thing in ICI is we found that the number of resource persons who are women are incredibly low compared to the number of non-lady speakers, the men speakers we have. I believe most of us are very, very articulate. It's just that for some reason, we don't want to come forward to speak on technical or non-technical subjects. So we're going to have a series of faculty development programs, which will also be held virtually to enable members from abroad to participate. So these are the two big things that we want to do. And the third thing is we're going to speak to all committees in ICI, because I think charity begins at home and empowerment begins at home. We're going to try and request, in fact, we've already spoken to the CPE committee. We said, could you consciously try and include more women as speakers, etc., because I think that's very nice to have. The next big agenda on our list is going to be women independent directors, because it's now a statutory provision where certain companies have to have women directors on their boards. So we're going to work with the NCA, hopefully, to see how we can make this happen. But in all, I see the times ahead as being very, very exciting. Times to collaborate, work with others within ICAI and outside ICAI, and truly make this women empowerment, a movement of global women excellence. And I also request the women members of Bahrain chapter to, approach us through Sharmila. Just let us know how and what you want to contribute, and we'll be very happy to hold any kind of programs to enable it. And thank you once again for this opportunity, and all the very, very best in all that you're going to do in the future, and stay blessed.
Thank you, CA Sripriya, for those encouraging words. I'm sure you definitely will make a difference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the inaugural ceremony. And now we move to the most awaiting session. To introduce us to the guest of honor, we have our dear member, who is a talented baker and a budding artist, CA Aswati Udayarajan. Over to you, Aswati.
Thank you, CA Natasha, CA Radhika. A very warm good morning to all of you. Today, I have an extraordinary guest to introduce to you. Our guest of honor, CA Padmavati Hariharan. You must be thinking, what makes it extraordinary? To understand, let me take you back to my CA journey. I started studying for CA when I was 18 years old, an age when one usually doesn't have any kind of serious responsibilities. In fact, my only responsibility was to study CA. Now imagine, I couldn't pursue CA then, and then now at the age of 42, I am given that opportunity. I would have a long list of reasons not to do it, driven mainly by my responsibilities and the thought of trying to understand, remember, reproduce the sheer volume of the CA syllabus would make me think many times. This is where CA Padmavati Hariharan is unique. At the age of 45, she took a brave decision to do CA. Was a qualified CA at the age of 50 and was in active practice till the age of 80. This brave woman broke the bias and proved that age is not a barrier. Hard work and perseverance is her mantra, and she believes in continuous learning. She is a multifaceted personality. Her interests include cooking, astrology, and singing, among many others. Over to you, ma'am, CA Padmavati Hariharan. Before that, we would like to share with the audience a short audio clip from CA Padmavati Hariharan.
Dear all, this is Padmavati Hariharan, Chartered Accountant from Madurai. Glad to connect with all of you with my message on Women's Day today. We women by nature are good at multitasking. Many a time we don't realize this unless we are pushed to a corner or compelled due to circumstances, which is exactly the situation I faced while preparing for my exams. If I could achieve success in an era where women empowerment was not spoken of at an age which definitely was not young, you all could do much more and achieve anything you want to. Work towards the goal with sincerity, dedication, and passion, and you can achieve. Adverse situations would come, but we need to develop confidence to face the same. Age can never be a barrier as long as your mind is young. Energy to succeed will follow automatically. Also, I would like to leave one more thought with the audience. There is no end to learning. This was my mantra even before I became a CA, and much after becoming a CA as well. I had a valid car driving license as early as mid-70s. I know to stitch, do some embroidery work, was an active Carnatic singer in a music group in Madurai. I learned to play veena, then Sanskrit, and so on. Now, new versions of iPhone and iPad keeps me busy. I used an SHP scanner to create a repository of over 5,000 family photos in my computer. I had a small camera when I got married. In that camera, I had taken many photos. All those have been scanned now and added to my photos. Further, I am also interested in making sweets like jangri, Mysore pak, etc. And also people who say kai murku is difficult, I do it without any difficulty, any number of items like that. So let us keep doing something or other. Keep yourself busy by learning new things. Ask yourselves, when was it last since I did something for the first time? For this question also, I can tell you that I learned to repair my pipelines, my tube lights and fan, etc. When it gets small repairs, big repairs, etc., we have to ask for the electrician and all that. So with this message and thoughts, I pray Goddess Meenakshi to bestow to you all with health, wealth and happiness. And my message is again the same. Try again and go on trying something new to keep yourself busy and to learn more and more. Thank you so much. Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. Jai Hind and Vande Mataram.
Very inspiring message, ma'am. And I'm sure now the audience would love to hear directly from you. The floor is all yours, ma'am.
Happy morning to you all. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am, very clear.
Once again, happy morning to one and all present there, assembled in Bahrain today with the theme, Break the Bias, and also for interaction on entrepreneurship. Thanks for the opportunity given for me to participate. I am a very ordinary person and happy that you all have considered me worthy enough to be present amidst all of you. There are so many speakers. I don't know whether I can compete with them and all that. I am so very simple. This is my second participation in a Zoom meeting, public, and so forgive me for any mistakes and please put up with me for the next 20 minutes or so. Also, I also thank our Bahrain chapter for setting a forum like this and that will debate and discuss on the topics as mentioned. I think I was lucky enough to break the gender bias even 40 years back. My aspiration to just be content becoming a graduate gathered momentum by someone at the right time made me believe that gender and age has got nothing to do with the academics, and one can even become an entrepreneur at any age with an innovative idea, zeal, and enthusiasm. With elders' blessing, support of family, and encouragement by my guru, CVS Manian, Chartered Accountant, I could complete this challenging course. Love all, serve all, as the hands that serve is better than the lips that pray. With this, I am open for any questions that might be running in any of your minds. Thank you. Question answer session starts now.
That was quite an inspiring message, ma'am. So I have one question before the audience could think of other questions. You mentioned that you had a very long CA, very inspiring journey. So one of the questions is, was there any particular or a person who has influenced you as a mentor, who has inspired you to take up CA at the age of 45? And do you think a mentor is very important in one's journey?
No, but just 1 minute. Excuse me. It is my own wish. From the beginning, it is my own wish, and nobody pushed me to learn all this, because my cousins, they were all became graduates when I was not, or my sisters. So I thought I must become a graduate. That is the one that pushed me. As you asked me who was the motivating factor, was all my cousins, and those days they were all graduates, but whereas I was not. So that took me up to become a graduate at very, very, very later stage.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. The next question is, I have seen that you have interest in many areas, which includes astrology, gemology. What made you do these, what made you do these kind of interests, or what made you learn these kind of interests? Was there any motivation behind it? What was the reason?
I used to always to listen some good programs in TV. So there were times when those persons who knew gemology was broadcasting on a weekly basis about the gems and all that. I used to hear them and take notes of them, and I've applied also. So which became successful. That made me learn that gemology, astrology, because I had 2 sons and 1 daughter. While getting married, I had to see so many horoscopes along with the astrologer. So he used to tell me this, that, and all that. By that way, I have learned astrology also. This gemology and astrology, even today I remember which star, which rasi and all that. So that keeps me, I used to tell them or advise them, which worked out for them by God's grace. It's not me. By God's grace, it worked for them. Even today, I can tell you, if anybody doesn't get married, if they wear a turquoise blue stone, they will definitely get married.
Thank you, ma'am.
Waiting for marriage, yes.
Okay. There's another question from CA Subhasri. What was your biggest challenge in becoming a CA?
Biggest challenge is doing my caring for my household duties, and also for the learning the music and all that, that part of it. You won't believe when I say, previous day before the exam, I had a music program which I attended and came back. Many challenges were there. As I had earlier mentioned in my original video, audio, that even on the examination day, I had guests. I had to prepare food for them and served them, and then only I left for the college where to write the exam. My son used to take me there. Then I wrote the exam and came back with a sort of doubt only, because it's a CA, no. Because many people were saying that you will never pass CA, because we are all finding it very, very difficult to pass CA at the first attempt. You will never pass. It is a very, very, very difficult course. But being a student of chartered accountant, I also joined MCOM simultaneously. So I could make both, the subject being same, I could make both, because the subject you have to understand. If I tell, I don't think I'll have time to this thing. Because we can compare our own household with our statistics, our costing, everything, etc. Costing says ABC analysis and all that. And management says 4 pillars of management, all that. Costing means in the kitchen you have everything, ABC analysis. What is ABC analysis? You must be all knowing, because being chartered accountant, you must be knowing all this. Our kitchen itself says ABC analysis, which article we have to buy then, and how much we can store, and what is the important that should be given each and every item in the kitchen. So from there it starts the costing. So now, could you understand what I meant?
Yes, ma'am, it is very clear. We have moving on to another question from CA Meenakshi. How do you keep enthusiasm alive always?
Because keeping idle is not a person's this thing. I just forgot the saying because of my short memory. I never keep idle. That is the thing, this thing. And even I get sleeping is also difficult for me. So I go on reading something, or seeing the TV, or learning something else new, or some spiritual slokas and all that. So I go on doing something or other, learning more and more and more and more. Now I am learning to type this WhatsApp, which is really difficult for me now. I know typewriting. I have passed typewriting exam. I have passed Hindi exams up to Visharat and all that. But now I find it extremely difficult to type on this WhatsApp.
Okay, ma'am.
So that is the interest only keeps you busy. Whichever subject may be, it may be music or anything else. Any other question?
Yes. Next question we have. Did you find it difficult to attend classes at an older age? So you started your studies at 45. So did you, like doing CA, so did you find it difficult to attend classes?
No, I never attended any class. For BCom, there were, because being correspondence course, there used to be classes on Saturdays and Sundays, which I always never attended. Which I never attended at all. I studied on my own, because I am a student of Queen Mary's College, having passed intermediate in those days with first class. So it was not difficult for me to study, because if you understand anything, now that Baijus have come, please understand instead of mugging up. So that way, if you understand anything and keep it in your mind, it remains there only, it won't go out. That is how see these formulas and company case laws and all that now available in Google and all that. In our days, it was only in the books. So when we want to refer, we have to go through that, where it is available and all that. It was really difficult, but I somehow managed because of my enthusiasm and the passion for getting a degree. That is it.
We have another question from Sham, CA Sham. What is your advice to the younger generation to maintain the work-life balance, family and work balance?
Yes, both. It is according. Do not waste any time. Instead of looking at WhatsApp messages, that takes away whole day nowadays. Whoever it may be, first early morning getting up, seeing only WhatsApp, not doing any puja or some namaskar to any god or anything. Just to open, when you open your eyes, you see WhatsApp. WhatsApp, what do we learn by WhatsApp? If it is something else, spiritual, this thing, or something from institution and all that, they are not coming in WhatsApp. See, now it is technical, all these technical devices are useful to some extent, but not for studies, I would say. When you forget WhatsApp, then you go take that, allow that time to study some subject, whatever it may be.
I think
am I wrong or right now?
You're very much right, ma'am. You're very much right.
Ashwati, I'll take this opportunity to ask a question directly to ma'am. When Parvati asked Avayar, who is the most learned of all, she says, "Kattadu kaiman alavu, kalladadu ullagalavu."
Yes.
Seeing you as a senior lady, my question to you, having said all that you have said so far, what next? Now that you've become a chartered accountant many years back, what is the next on your agenda to learn?
No, I want to learn this this instrument operation and all that. Because of my son who is sitting near me, who has come specifically from Dubai to help me, is doing all that. I'm simply sitting and talking to you and all that. Because of my son only, I'm doing all that. The previous one helped by me by my second son, Kastur Rangan, who is the managing director of Reddington and ProConnect. So that is how I manage. So as you have asked me one question, if you daily say, Avayars Agaval, Vinayagar Agaval, see the Kalabasandamane, Pumpa, the Silambu, Palaisai Padapel, and that one, you will straightly go to reach Lord Shiva. You accept?
Thank you, ma'am.
Vinayagar Agaval?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
That I do daily, I recite. Even while studying, you won't believe me, I get up at 3 o'clock. I daily read Hanuman Chalisa. 7 times each and every day I read Hanuman Chalisa. Hanuman is the God for success. That is why you can see my this I have kept 999 as my email ID. 999 is Hanuman's number. That is also number of Lord Muruga. So 999, always 99 will help you. Anything will take you, anything with ending with 9.
What you said is the conversation. What you said, Ma, is the conversation that happens between Shiva and Avayar. Enna varam vendum, piravada varam vendum, meendum pirandal, ayyane unnai maravada varam vendum.
Yeah. That is a request, my request. Meendum pirandal, Bharatanatil pirakka vendum enakku.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You had mentioned that you're a trained Carnatic singer. We would like to hear a song from you, ma'am, now.
Oh,
you would like to.
Breathing problem. I will now play the song. Now I will play the song. You please hear, because I'm getting choking now, talking so many things. I am nearing 88 on 14th April 1935, which is a Tamil New Year's Day. We call it in Malayalam Vishu Day. I was born on a Vishu Day. This is coming in another few days. I'll be completing 88 and entering into 87 or 88. I just forgot the number. I was born in 1935. Maitri bhajata akhila grijetri, Maitri bhajata akhila grijetri, Atma Vadeva Paranapi Pashyata, Atma Vadeva Paranapi Pashyata, Yudham Tyajata, Spardham Tyajata, Yudham Tyajata, Spardham Tyajata, Tyajata Pareshwa Kramama Kramanam, Tyajata Paresha Kramama Kramanam, Maitri Bhajata Kilakrit Chetri, Janani Prithvi Kamadukaste, Janani Prithvi Kamadukaste, Janako Deva Sakala Dayalo, Janako Deva सकल दयालो दाम्यतदात दयत्वं जनता दाम्यतदात दयत्वं जनता श्रेयो भूया सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूया सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very beautiful song. And also your message was truly inspiring. And as you mentioned in the clip, we should all ask the question, when was the last time we did something for the first time? With this, please join me for a big round of virtual applause for our guest of honor, CA Padmavati Hariharan.
Ma'am, this is such an apt song for requesting for the world peace, especially when the war is going. So it's such an apt song. Thank you so much for that.
Oh my.
Beautifully sung.
So it was a pleasure interacting with you all. First, I was tense when I looked at all of you as my extended family and relaxed. Once again, thank you all and wish to close by playing a sloka that you have heard just now. Before that, let me explain the context of the sloka and why it is apt in the current situation. Explain war, peace, etc., etc. Now we are undergoing. So we will hope to have a peaceful, universal love and affection. As I have said, the hands that serve is better than the lips that pray. So service is the best. Now, those who can help others should help. That is, servicing others will take us to a great extent. That means some small donation who need some support for their education and all that. We have to support them, being chartered accountants, and we are also earning a little bit nowadays. Previously, nowadays, it was so small. Nowadays, you are all getting in lakhs and lakhs and lakhs. And also being in foreign countries, you are earning a lot. So you people should help others to come up in life, especially to study, for studies and all that. That is my request to you, all of you. Thank you so much for being with us and this.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope the session went off well and you all liked. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Can I take leave now? Can I take leave now?
Yes, please, ma'am. Yes.
I feel sorry to go away from here. I want to be there with you. Just now, my inspiration is that I want to be in Bahrain with you all, personally.
That's such a nice thought, ma'am. Yes. Please stay with us for the whole day. We will be having very eminent speakers throughout the day.
Get to hear, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you so much. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
thanks for being there.
And now I will hand over the control to CA Khushbu. Many in the audience would be already knowing her. She is the co-founder of VICAP, a budding entrepreneur and an all-round amazing person. Over to CA Khushbu.
Thank you, CA Ashwati. A very good morning to all you lovely ladies and gentlemen. John F. Kennedy once said, "Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future." In this rapidly transforming digital world, we all would agree that the life we lived as little as 5 years ago is quite different than the life we live today. To give you our own example, the concept of virtual meetings and conferences would have been alien to us back then, as compared to it becoming a part of our daily lives now. Imagine when the world and technology is evolving so rapidly around you and you decide to be an entrepreneur. Our keynote speaker today, Mrs. Mahalakshmi Sarvanan, is one such accidental entrepreneur who broke the bias. She started her journey more than a decade ago, coming from a small village in the Nilgiris. From commencing her business with absolutely zero contacts then to a network of more than 100,000 people now, she has come a long way by using technology to her advantage. We now have a short AV introducing our speaker. Can we have the AV, please? Mrs. Mahalakshmi Saravanan, founder of Women Entrepreneurs India. Mahalakshmi Saravanan is an internationally recognized first-generation social entrepreneur and an international speaker, including TEDx. Her brand, Women Entrepreneurs India, has become an internationally recognized brand which supports and encourages women to become entrepreneurs. With her indomitable optimism and can-do spirit, she has become a role model for thousands of aspiring women entrepreneurs today. She is also an SEO specialist and digital marketing strategist and has been instrumental in guiding various businesses to acquire high rankings online. Mahalakshmi has been awarded with over 50 awards and accolades, including 2 international awards. These include Business Acharya Award 2020, Inspiring Women Award 2019-20, Best Women Entrepreneurs Award, and Nehru Women Excellence Award 2022 in the field of business and entrepreneurship. Mrs. Mahalakshmi Saravanan. Thank you for the clip. Now we have Mrs. Mahalakshmi Saravanan with her topic, Entrepreneurship in the Digital Era. Ma'am, please.
Vanakkam, hello, and good afternoon from India, and good morning to Bahrain members. It's my pleasure and an honor to participate in this event. Thank you, BCICAI, for this wonderful opportunity. Let me wish women across the globe a happy Women's Day. Why just one day, 8th March? It should be special every day, isn't it? Again, congrats to BCICAI for the 2nd International Women CA Conference, and kudos to the team. I think CA Padmavati Hariharan ma'am is a real bias breaker. Ma'am, your message was really inspiring. I think we should follow her footsteps to become real bias breakers. Let me move on to my session. I would request the team to either share the PDF from the IT team, or I could do it from here. Let me try doing it. Before that, I have a question to all the CAs out here. Have you ever talked to Meena? I'm going to give you 10 seconds, and you're going to give me the answer either on the Zoom or on YouTube. The question is, have you ever talked to Meena? Let me paste it on the Zoom window as well. Yeah, I have pasted the question there. I would want all the CAs across the globe to answer in 10 seconds. So the counting starts, it's 12:53. No, okay. Meena is a member and we keep talking to, okay.
Yeah, ask her, no? Because then I can sit and make questions.
Okay, 10 seconds is going to end. Google Meena, absolutely. I think we'll have to give Abraham George a big round of applause for the correct answer, because I was trying to ask the same question. You know, I would want this answer from you all. So yes, Google Meena is yet to be launched, but then I think once it comes, it will have more of, you know, human-like AI chatbot ever. Padmavati ma'am asked us not to use WhatsApp when we wake up and to focus on ourselves. But let me share with you my how my day starts. I start my day by, you know, giving me the me time required, at least half an hour, and only then I get to start my routine activities. So having said that, let me ask another question to the team out here. How many of you have started using the AI-powered tools? All of you are CAs out here, and have you tried using AI-powered tools? Anyone? You can give me some examples of the AI-powered tools. I'm not going to ask you the generic ones, but then the accounting-related tools. There are many CAs out here. I'm not going to complicate this session by talking more about chatbots, but I just want to have a quick understanding about how or the tools that you are using right now in your accounting or finances. Alexa, okay. Any other tools, accounting tools, can you refer to? Maybe you can mention. Are you able to see my screen? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to share a bit about my story, and then I'm going to walk you through entrepreneurship in the digital era, and then top entrepreneurship trends for 2022, digital marketing trends 2022, and finally we could have the question and answer session. So coming to the unicorn wave in India. So can you tell me what is a unicorn? I think being CA members, you would answer instantly, but still I would want to hear it from you. Maybe someone could switch on their audio because I'm not watching the, okay, I'm watching the chat as well. Yeah, maybe someone here who could raise their hand and tell me what an unicorn is. The answer is there, but I still want you to tell. Any one person, let's make it interactive. Okay. No one would want to answer by switching on your video. The answer is right there.
Anything that goes into $1 billion valuation.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much, because I just want to connect with you all, so that we can have a very, very interactive conversation. So as you rightly said, startups that surpassed, startups with more than $1 billion in valuation is called a unicorn. And as you know, the latest unicorn, Oxyzo, on Wednesday, that is the day before yesterday, it became an unicorn. And I think until March, we have about 14 unicorns. And this is the best time we would ever think, because entrepreneurship in India is like advanced stage, I would say, because we could see a lot of entrepreneurs becoming unicorns, a lot of businesses becoming unicorns. And during the pandemic, in fact, the women entrepreneurships, it increased. I would say there were a lot of women entrepreneurs, and there was a surge in women becoming business owners. I'm sure you would agree with that too, because many businesses wanted to venture into a lot of new business models, and many were actually into different businesses. So let me walk you through my story, and then I will take you through entrepreneurship in digital era, and then I'll give you a lot of tools which you can make use of it to automate your process, or you can automate your accounting or finance, or your everyday activities, because I am a digital marketing specialist, and since 2009 I've been more into the digital space. I know how much of time I could save by using these digital tools, so I would try to share a few of those as well. So a brief introduction was there already. So I'm a first generation entrepreneur, motivator, forward thinker, and a go-getter. So this is a place where I was born. This is called Kheti, and this is one of the largest valleys in the world. 7,000 feet deep it is. And this is a very simple slide which describes more about me. So in 2008, I was very naive. In 2022, I'm really confident and empowered, and I'm empowering a lot of women across the world. And in 2008, I had great fear of public speaking, but today I've touched more than 150,000 people across the globe through motivational talks. And I didn't have any idea about entrepreneurship when I started my journey. But today, if you see, I've been empowering a lot of women, and I've received 2 international recognitions. And I've received another award recently. So it is 9+ awards and 50+ recognitions through entrepreneurship. So starting from zero contact, today I have a huge, huge network of women, more than 50,000+ women across India. We have been guiding, counseling, and hand-holding them to start, formalize, and grow their business. So take the first step, just start. I was very passionate about supporting and encouraging women. So that made me launch Women Entrepreneurs India. So a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So I took the single step back in 2013, and today we are in the 10th year of business. And I would say that the journey is really phenomenal. And I've been enjoying the journey that I've been, because every time when I meet someone and when I share my thoughts and when they get that solution, I feel really happy about it. So this is my entrepreneurial journey. So 2009, I launched a business. So 2012, my first business failed. I am a nutritionist turned IT specialist. So I didn't have any knowledge about internet back then in 2009. So I started an IT company, but then that didn't perform well. And between 2012 and 2012 and 2013, I really thought so many women are there like me, who don't know how to start and run their business. So I thought, why not I start something for women so that they can ask questions and they can get to know how to grow their business or how to start a business, right? So that's how I launched Women Entrepreneurs India in 2013. So in 2015, I also had an exposure with an international tie-up. And from zero knowledge in business, now I can talk about mergers and acquisitions. I had international investors back then in 2015 and 2016. Since I had all the domain rights and all other rights with me, I exited and I revamped Women Entrepreneurs India and started spreading across India. Today, we are in 13 cities, in the sense active in 13 cities, greater than 50,000 network. And one more good thing about Women Entrepreneurs India is that ours is the only social enterprise from India to be featured on the 2019 Asia Pacific Journal. It is an initiative of the Cabinet Office of Japan. That is, I think, a big achievement, I would say. So if you could see this, I started in 14 Feb 2013, and my business partner is my mother-in-law, Kavidani Tamil Chemmal Kavidani Mani Arjunan. She's a state award winner. She has authored more than 20 books, and she has received international awards too. I'm proud to say that she is my mentor, and I think a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law combination business is very rare. In those days it was very rare, but now it has become very common. I would say my business is sustaining because of her. I wish each and every daughter-in-law could think of that and start, joining hands with their mother-in-laws too. Yeah, this is the certificate which shows, the book that shows, only Women Entrepreneurs India, a social enterprise, was chosen by the Japan government. Yeah. So think of the last time you felt truly alive. Do more of that. I'm just doing that passionately and empowering a lot of women across the globe. So with that, let me get you to the topic, entrepreneurship in the digital era. So if you look at the benefits of digital transformation, so even before I go ahead with digital transformation, I think this pandemic has acted as a catalyst, and it has connected a lot of people, and now there are no geographical boundaries, right? So we are able to connect with people across globe. We are able to do businesses across globe. We don't have that kind of hampering, or we don't have that kind of challenge now. So digital transformation, as far as I see, it is like very huge, and this has given a lot of opportunities to entrepreneurs, especially people who have come up with new business models, people who have found creative solutions to existing problems. I think pandemic, though it has caused a lot of losses, this digital transformation is really good because it is empowering a lot of people. It is giving the necessary resources. People are able to kind of research and make choices. Consumers are aware. They know that if this particular brand is going to promote themselves on social media, they know how to figure out whether they are an ethical brand or not. So there's a lot of opportunities, which the digital transformation has caused. So by using this term digital transformation, I would say many businesses are using the internet or the tools to promote their businesses or to grow their businesses. So if you look at the benefits, there are a lot of benefits. I would say productivity is one, and increased profits. CX, I think you must be knowing what CX is: customer experience, data-driven customer insights, and collaboration. So when there are a lot of benefits in digital transformation, why not you transform your digital assets and make money out of it? I'll give you a small example now. Let's say this conference is happening, and if I were hosting this conference, probably I would tend to promote more of the YouTube, and I would ask the viewers to comment on the YouTube for better reach. I'm just giving you this idea because a lot of people, they know the basics of the every social media network. But then if you go deep, you'll know how important it is for you to grow in the business. So in my case, I have not spent any penny to Google. Since 2013 till date, my website is ranking page 1 out of 200 crores of websites. So I have acquired the technique called search engine optimization and have applied it. So you don't have to pay to Google, but then you can promote your business without paying to Google, only using the search terms, right? So back in 2009, when I learned this technique, it was so new and not many knew it. But then now if you see so many digital marketing specialists are out there, but every day there is an update going on. Every day there is something or the other new thing happening. So unless otherwise you are into the digital platforms, it'll be very difficult for you to promote your business. Let's say, for example, all of your CAs out here. And if you'd want to focus on technology, I would say every entrepreneur should know the basics of accounting, finance, and then digital technologies and stuff like that, legal and stuff like that. So even if you're a CA, it is better that you know the tools that you can use to automate processes, how you can exchange knowledge, how you can make your YouTube channel reach more people, how you can make it viral, and how you can add more subscribers, and how you can monetize out of it, right? So many members are out here, and in fact, YouTube has the membership thing as well. So you can try to figure out how you can monetize. This is an example. So I would say this digital transformation is for good, and we are able to save time. We don't have to invest much. So today, if we are hosting this, Bahrain conference, this women conference, I think this is because of the technology. But then we'll have to understand that technology is an enabler. Technology alone cannot run a business. Of course, the emotional intelligence part has to be there, right? Especially in terms of services, we have to connect with people, we have to build trust, we have to kind of understand the exact requirement, and sometimes that cannot happen online or with any chatbot for that matter. So even if chatbot comes into picture, still there should be some kind of a human element, the human touch has to be there. So let me give you some of the digital marketing tools which are very good in 2022. I'm sure many would have heard of the MailChimp tool. Here, this you can use to do an emailer campaign, and you can track the conversion. The best part about the digital tools is that you can track everything, right from where your customers are they visiting your site or not, where are they visiting from, which keywords are they using to land on your page, and where they made a purchase or not, have they bought a product, or have they left into the but there are a lot of things which you can really shortlist from these conversion trackers. So this is just a list. So we use a lot of Google Analytics, Google Ads, Canvas, Trello, Slack, Yoast SEO, Survey Anyplace, Ahrefs, SEMrush, Response. So for me as a digital marketer, I would apply all these tools and make the best out of the tools that are available online. So we will leverage the technology. But for you, I would advise you to kind of not to think of the digital marketing tools, these many, but at least I would suggest you to use MailChimp because MailChimp is going to promote a particular event or particular service or a particular product to a lot of people, right? You can send emails in one go, you can track, and you'll know whether the person has opened the email or not. So I can't be briefing every tool right now. So I think you can use MailChimp. And if you're very particular about promoting your website or your blog or your YouTube channel, then you can get into each of the digital marketing tools that I've mentioned here. And I think as CAs out here, you would have heard of these. I need not tell, but still, this is a quick list of tools, accounting tools in 2022. QuickBooks Online, Xero, FreshBooks, QuickBooks Self-Employed, and Wave. These are very, very popular accounting tools. And for small businesses, many would aspire to start a business. So in this BCICAI forum, many CAs are catering to the entrepreneurs, but then many entrepreneurs would want to know which tool they can use so that they can automate the business. There are tons of tools, and a top 10 I've listed here. Again, Zapier, IFTTT, ActiveCampaign, Hootsuite, Buffer, Grammarly, Google Ads, WordStream, Calendly, and Xero. So these are top automation tools. You should learn to apply these tools, but I would suggest you to use, of course, Grammarly you must be using, and you as CAs, you must be using a lot of accounting tools. If you're looking at digital marketing to promote your blog or your website or your YouTube channel, you can think of, the digital marketing tools. Let me take you through the top entrepreneurship trends for 2022. So many are into home-based businesses. They've started so many businesses from home. I know a lot of people who have started cloud kitchens, a lot of people who have got into the e-commerce stores. They are able to create e-commerce stores. One example, I would say, using Shopify, they can create their own e-commerce store in half an hour or so. And with WhatsApp, Amma was telling, Padmavati madam was telling that she's trying to learn how to use WhatsApp. But even many educated women also don't know how to make the best use of WhatsApp. So maybe I can give you one tip right here. If you are a business owner, try to use the WhatsApp catalog to list all your products and categories, and people can purchase from the catalog itself. So you can start with that. You can start with zero investment. You can start with no knowledge in technology, but still within a short span of time. It might take hardly an hour for you to upload the products or services. You can promote your services using WhatsApp catalog, and use your business account to get to the catalog in settings, and you can do that. So there are a lot of advantages when it comes to internet tools. I think consulting services can be started instantly with zero investment, and many have actually started and they have been super successful. Of course, there is no geographical boundaries. So today businesses are done globally, and people are trying to reach out to many, but there's a huge competition because so many are online now. Customers or consumers are aware as to whether this particular brand is performing well or not. Is it worth buying a product from this particular brand or not? So try to offer ethical services or ethical products to entrepreneurs, and be transparent to consumers, and be transparent to the consumers and your stakeholders. Mobile commerce, of course, it started long time ago, but even now we are so much dependent on the mobile commerce. And one more thing is social commerce or Q-commerce. I know a lot of students who have used only Instagram to make money. I know a 13-year-old using Instagram, she's making money. There's so many young, in fact, 6-7-year-old, trying to take their parents' help and making money out of the internet or Instagram or other social media channels. So it is high time that we understand which social media channel is good for you. It doesn't suit everyone, because let's say, for example, you have only Facebook, you have only Instagram, but you don't, or only YouTube, but you don't offer quality content to engage the users. That doesn't make sense, because when it comes to internet, you have to have a lot of content on the social media channels. If you're starting a business, the best idea would be to have your own website where you have the control of, and then go ahead with social media channels, because you can divert the traffic from the social media to the website. So I think this session might look like a technical session for you in terms of digital technologies, but trust me, it's very simple. And I would say CA is very difficult, but this is going to be very, very simple. And if you apply correctly, you can make money and you can impact a lot of lives too. Of course, green businesses like, eco-friendly products, zero-waste products, zero-waste businesses, and I would say the e-bikes, a lot of green businesses have emerged. So people are looking for brands that are encouraging or supporting social causes. So connect a social cause to your business and start promoting a business that will reach a lot of people. That will be another tip from my side. And hyper local specialty shops. There are these plastic-free shops, zero waste shops. There are so many such beautiful or creative solutions started by entrepreneurs, and they are really, really performing well, because people are looking for such brands that supports a cause, be it environment, protection of the environment, or encouraging students, or a lot of local causes or social causes people would want to support, right? So think of a social cause, and I'm sure you must be able to impact lives. More than the money, it is more about the fulfillment that you get. So I think money, you all know money is a byproduct in business, but still, if you want to run a proper business, you have to kind of plan everything. But the first thing is that writing down your vision on a piece of paper and doing a market research. And when it comes to women, I would say every woman should think like an entrepreneur, and not that I'm a woman entrepreneur. Many have this feeling. They would say, I am a woman entrepreneur. I would say, why do you include your gender there? Entrepreneurship is gender neutral, right? So you have to kind of, differentiate that. all that you have to do is give products, quality products and quality services to entrepreneurs, to customers. So that way, I think irrespective of whether you're a man or a woman, once you know how to deliver quality product or service, you are an enterprising personality and that business will definitely grow. And many subscription-based businesses have come. So I think BCICAI is also subscription-based, member-based site or a group. What I would say is that there are so many membership tools available to automate a lot of processes. So when you ask a member to pay the fees, or when you ask a member to attend this event over phone, it might be time consuming, and emails will also take a lot of time because you have to consolidate everything and do it. But if you use the automatic tools which are available, membership tools, that is going to automate your process quickly, and you save a lot of time and money, and the conversion rates are also much higher. So some of the digital marketing trends, yes, we are in this artificial intelligence world. So many chatbots which are using machine learning, AI, and right from Siri to Alexa to whatnot, there are so many chatbots. In fact, Facebook Messenger is there, and it's a chatbot. And one of the chatbots I would recommend, we are using that is a TDU, which you can include on your website so that you can capture the conversations happening from a visitor, right? And influencer marketing. So these days, influencer marketing is really important because you have to collaborate with influencers to get that better reach. At least when you start your business, you need a lot of collaborations, and you can definitely capitalize or leverage the network that an influencer has. And drones, needless to say, I think very soon drone delivery will happen in India as well. And virtual reality, voice search, and chatbots, conversational marketing, personalization, email purchases, and PWA, progressive web apps. I'm not going to take you through all these because it might look like a digital marketing session. I would want to interact with you all and get more about, share more about how exactly you can, kind of start and grow your business. Of course, I need not tell you, but still, I thought maybe you can pass on this information to people. So Business Ideas 2022, EdTech is like top. E-commerce, health and wellness, financial services, NBFCs, OTT platforms, and online gaming, remote working tools, pharma, managed office spaces. These are very, very popular ones. You can share this PPT to your network so that they, if at all someone would want to start a business, they can think in these sectors. And these are some of the ideas. You can just take a screenshot. I mean, for engineers, specifically for engineers I've given here, but not for others. But these are like common business ideas, 60 plus business ideas. The last mile delivery thing is like very, very challenging one, because what happens is when a product is made in the counter, in the center where the product is made, it is made with proper quality. But then when it reaches to the customer, what happens is the last mile delivery part will be very, very, very challenging. That is where, we have to focus more. So when we give proper customer experience, that will, enhance the brand image and the value. Let me quickly take, I think we are about to complete. These are a few more business ideas. Let me go ahead with the questions. Yes, so never give up on a dream, even if the progress is slow. So I wrote this, and this is exactly, is what I've been doing. So for the past 10 years, I've been trying to, encourage and support a lot of women entrepreneurs. And I would say I am super fulfilled, and I am really happy doing what I've been doing. So the floor is open to questions.
Thank you, ma'am, for that lovely session for all of us today. We have our first question for you. The key to many startups is networking. How do you go about starting to build a network from ground zero?
Are you asking online or offline? You can build an online network too, right? So you must be on LinkedIn, you must be on other social media platforms. You can build an online network. But if it is going to be offline network, see forums like yours, right? The BCICAI forum, and there are a lot of other similar forums. The challenge is people don't know that such forum exists, and they don't know that they can take help from experts. They tend to kind of first of all, there is some problem with the mindset for many. They don't have clarity over what to do. I would say many women, when they come to me, when I ask them like how much you want to make every month, their dreams are like very, very small. They say, ma'am, monthly 10,000 will do. Why not 10 lakh? Why not 10 crores, right? So we have to think big. So when you, this question about forums, I would say there are a lot of networking platforms and you can definitely make use of it. I would say LinkedIn is the best social and professional networking platform. At the same time, you will have to figure out where you want to be, where your customers are. So if your customers are on Facebook and if you're on LinkedIn, that is not going to make sense. So more of B2B can happen on LinkedIn, whereas more of B2C, direct to consumer, can happen on the social media platforms. And every day with the social media posts and content engagement, user engagement, you can build your network without even entering into any network. So that's how I started. I didn't have any network when I started. And I was very skeptical about getting into a group of people and connecting. But today, if you see, the network has grown. That is because of the digital tools. So what you could do is try to be on the particular social media platform and be consistent. Deliver value to people, add value to people. That is more important. So once you add value, valuation will follow.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Another question from one of our members. Would you suggest that an SEO course is a must for budding entrepreneurs these days? And if so, which one?
I would suggest you to take the free SEO courses, even if you go for paid SEO courses, unless and otherwise you apply the techniques on a particular website or blog or social media, it is not going to work, right? So you have to gain experience. Maybe you can learn SEO in maybe less than 4 hours. Okay, you learn it. But when it comes to applying on the website or blog or the other channels, it takes a lot of practice. Unless otherwise you practice, you won't be able to get the right SEO done on your website or blog or whatever. So I would suggest you to first identify the search terms if at all you're going to start a business. Today, people are Googling, let's say, a chartered accountant near me, right? Or hospital near me. They're not even searching hospitals in Chennai. They are searching hospitals near me, right? Or this particular doctor, say CA Radhika in Bahrain, whatever, right? So think of the search terms. You have to filter that. Include that search terms on your website, do on page, and then come to social media, right? So there's a structured approach. There are a lot of SEO templates which you can download and you can do it for free. I don't think you have to go for any paid courses. If you learn it for free, just few hours, all that you have to know is basic HTML coding, which is very, very easy. And with WordPress sites, the Yoast SEO plugin is already there, which is like a CMS, very, very easy CMS. Even the non-technical persons can also do it. Every CA can handle the CMS very well. It's that easy it is.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, so much. Thank you for answering those questions and for your valuable time today with all of us. We have with us, sorry. So listening to you, I did recollect one of the quotes by Maya Angelou that perfectly describes you, which is, each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. So thank you, ma'am, for supporting all the women entrepreneurs across the globe and bringing them up to speed to this digital era. Thank you once again.
Thank you, BCICA, for this wonderful opportunity. I really enjoyed this session. I think all the speakers were awesome, especially Padmavati ma'am. Hats off to Padmavati ma'am, and kudos to the team for coming up with this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Let's give her a big virtual round of applause for being with us today and spreading her digital knowledge with all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this, we break for tea and coffee. So grab your cup and meet us in 15 minutes, say by 11:15. And then we'll have our first set of early bird raffles. So join us on time and do not miss the opportunity to win various exciting prizes organized by the chapter. Thank you.
present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
There are moments in your life when your actions define your character and the type of leader you wish to be. You respect those around you and always show compassion because that's integral to your core beliefs. That's who you are. You follow your heart and do the right thing. You shape your future and inspire others. This new kind of luxury, it matches your personality, your intuitive intelligence, and your drive to positively impact all life around you. Your unique presence radiates an aura, completely different from anyone else. The all-new LX, new luxury, new drive.
We spend too much time on our phones, like clicking, swiping, just getting a blue tan. Unless, of course, it's something actually worthwhile, like investing for your future. You can now start investing in mutual funds that match your investment needs. Start investing seamlessly through online mutual funds on the SC mobile app. Download it today.
Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As they say, the fondest memories are made when gathered around a table. The journey of the women's wing of BCICI, or YCAB as we call it, began with a casual dinner among friends in 2014. This project was an initiative of our immensely talented, ambitious and motivated duo CA Shubhashri and CA Shri Bharti, with their helping hand CA Khushbu and the ever-encouraging and supportive CA Meenakshi, the then chairperson of the chapter. At the International Conference of BCICI in the year 2014, the support to form the YCAB poured in when all the women CAs present wholeheartedly supported the initiative, and thus was formed YCAB. Since then, from a small coffee shop meeting with a few ladies in 2014 to an international conference being handled by the women members in 2021, we have come a long way. In these 6 years, the chapter has also witnessed a tremendous increase in the number of paid and participating women members. The reason for this initiative was basically to give the women members of the BCICI a platform to network and meet other than the post-work seminars, as most of the women were unable to attend the same. From the very first seminar, which was exclusively led by women members in March 2015 with the theme Make It Happen, this forum also served as a platform for women to grow and lead many other chapter activities and seminars themselves. Compliance, emotional intelligence, financial modeling, and crowdfunding, to name a few, were conducted exclusively for women members and was well received. The women in the group have been motivating and encouraging each other to take up leadership roles, and therefore, since then, we have seen BCICI executive committees having 2 or more women members every year, with some of them taking key positions like that of an ExCom member, joint treasurer, joint secretary, and now even the acting chairperson role. Also, after the formation of YCAB, every year the Bahrain chapter has had a number of events where women members have played a key role, be it registrations, stage management, public speaking, souvenir making, or mementos. The women have done it all. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the women members who have taken up active roles in the chapter, the past and present chairpersons of BCICI, and the BCICI members who have, and we are sure will always, be supportive and reassuring for YCAB to reach even greater heights.
present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
India, birthplace of a civilization that is over 5,000 years old, a nation where traditions coexist with modern society. As early as in 5th century AD, Aryabhatta, the mathematical genius, invented zero that revolutionized mathematics. In Indian mythology, this symbolizes universal unity. This represents power. This depicts integrity inherent in humankind. While the country moves ahead towards prosperity and progression, it embraces its past to forge its future. As the symbols of unity, power, integrity, and progression come together, it creates the Saraswati Yantra, the divine source of knowledge and wisdom. A perfect visual identity for the 21st World Congress of Accountants, inspiring the gatekeepers of world economy to attain excellence, independence, and integrity. India proudly welcomes global accounting experts to 21st World Congress of Accountants at India's financial capital, Mumbai, November 18 to 21, 2022.
Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to one and all of you present to the second annual Women's International Conference. Welcome back after the short tea break. I am CA Roanna Miranda, and I will be your host throughout the day for the Raffle session. Just a few housekeeping rules before we begin. All those who are present here, I request you, if your name has been called out, kindly message in the chat box that you are present. I will be waiting for a couple of seconds, after which we will be proceeding to the next winner. It is said, if you snooze, you lose. So I hope everybody is ready for this exciting raffle session. So I guess everyone is here, and let's pick the first winner for the day. So the first winner is CA Angelika Malviya. CA Angelika, are you present? Waiting for your confirmation in the chat box. CA Angelika. Okay, we'll move ahead to the next winner for the day. CA Abraham George. CA Abraham, are you present? Can we get a confirmation in the chat box?
Okay.
Okay, great. So we have a first winner for the day. We'll move to the second winner for the day. The second winner is CA Flanell D'Souza. Congratulations, CA Flanell. So we have the second winner of the day. It seems the ExCom members are being lucky today. The third winner for the day. Oh, CA Flanell is not there. Okay, so we'll be skipping. So there is still a chance. CA Akhila Madurai. CA Akhila, are you present? CA Akhila. Okay, CA Akhila is present. So congratulations, CA Akhila. You are the second winner. And maybe have the third winner for the day. And it's CA Roshni Ashokan. CA Roshni, are you present? Can you just give us a message in the chat box? CA Roshni. Okay, I think CA Roshni is not present. We'll move to the next winner. The next winner for the day is CA Ambika Shetty. Congratulations, CA Ambika. We have CA Ambika here with us, so I can confirm her presence. Congratulations to all the three winners. You all are eligible for a 10 BD gift voucher. And we now move to our next session. The host for the next session is someone who's really dynamic and a regular practitioner of yoga. She's an active member of our chapter. It's none other than CA Ambika. So I hand over to CA Ambika. Over to you.
Thank you, CA Ravana, for the introduction. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you are all inspired by our two previous speakers and also enjoyed the exciting raffles. We shall now move on to the next session. Today, where everyone seems to be busy with their own life, only few people think about helping others. And our next speaker, CA Divya Singhal, is one of those. She's a young and dynamic entrepreneur who broke the bias through the crowdfunding startup, Share a Little. It is an NGO that seamlessly connects the donor and those in need of the funds. As its name says, a little goes a long way. Share a Little is the brainchild of Miss Divya and her childhood friend, Miss Trishna Parekh. Just as a single candle can light 1,000 others, Share a Little aims to touch many lives through its platform. We will now play the AV of the speaker to know more about her.
CA Divya Singhal, co-founder Share a Little. Divya has been associated with impactful projects through her volunteer work ever since she was 14 years of age. During the pandemic, she volunteered with Indus Action, a think tank in the education space, to help carry out a survey along with the Delhi government. This experience inspired her to start her own social enterprise, Share a Little. Share a Little is a not-for-profit organization which brings together NGOs and individual donors by running charity fundraisers on their platform. A chartered accountant by qualification, she worked as a finance professional for more than 5 years before starting her own social venture to support NGOs. CA Divya Singhal.
Thank you for the AV. A chartered accountant by qualification and a social entrepreneur by choice, CA Divya Singhal will now take us through the power of crowdfunding. Over to you, CA Divya.
Thank you so much for such a warm welcome. I'll start off by sharing my screen. Today, we're going to talk about crowdfunding. Let me start off by giving you an example. I'm sure all of you recognize the statue. And many of you might know that the Statue of Liberty was actually a gift from France to America and to the world. But many of you might not know that the French ran out of money before the statue was completed. So what did they do? They turned to the people. The French decided to crowdfund the money for the statue, while the Americans crowdfunded for the pedestal on which the statue stands. Leading the fundraising effort in America was a renowned journalist, Joseph Pulitzer, who was also the publisher of the New York World. And he's also the person on whose name the Pulitzer Award is named. This was probably the first crowdfunding campaign that was promoted to the masses through the press. The appeal read, "Let us not wait for the millionaires to fund this project. It is not a gift from the millionaires of France to the millionaires of America, but a gift of the whole people of France to the whole people of America." The result? Collectively, the French and Americans raised enough money that would be worth more than 200,000 or 2 million US dollars today. This is just one example. You won't be surprised to know that the history of crowdfunding dates back to the 1700s. I'm going to run you through a few more examples. A young Alexander Pope was still penning the English translation of the Greek masterpiece, but he didn't have the resources to publish it. He turned to the people so they could pay a certain amount to help him publish the first volume and receive a copy in turn when it was ready. The result? The names of all 750 backers appeared in the first manuscript that was produced. Mozart lacked the funds to perform 3 of its newly written concertos at the Venetian Concert Hall. Boom, crowdfunded the money and printed the name of each backer in the manuscript. Where do you think Pandit Nehru got the funds to fight the Indochina War back in 1962? The treasury of a 15-year-old nation couldn't have sustained a war with an overpowering neighbor had thousands of people, especially women, not donated their jewelry and money to the Defense of India Fund. Pandit Nehru is said to have collected $220,000 in cash and way more in gold. But many of you might be wondering, what really is crowdfunding? Why does a society need it? And what drives people to share? All this and more will be covered in today's session. But first, let me give you an introduction to the story by giving you a little bit of background about myself. I'm Divya, and I come from a family of chartered accountants. My father is a chartered accountant, and so are his friends and their children and their spouses. Not surprisingly, I didn't want to do anything different either back then. So post I excelled in accounts and commerce in school. I completed my bachelor's in commerce honors from University of Delhi and completed my CPT and IPCC on the side and joined EY to complete my articleship. After a lot of struggle with CA final, after qualifying in November 2017, I decided to join a broking house in Mumbai to work as an equity research associate for over 2 years. This was before I decided to turn full-time into a social entrepreneur. Why would a young girl leave behind a promising career to start a non-profit in the pandemic? If only I had a penny for every time I got asked that question. In July 2020, I volunteered with an education think tank in Delhi that was doing a survey along with the Delhi government to understand the challenges that students faced from underprivileged backgrounds while attending school from home as schools resumed in an online format from July. The line of questioning was when something like, are you able to attend school? Are you able to receive the homework that your teacher is sending you? Are you able to complete your homework on time? The stories that I heard changed my world forever. Parents pleaded me for smartphones. 3 siblings were sharing the same smartphone to continue their studies from home. The small screen size was not enough to keep the children interested in what they were studying. They turned to TV or games, or they played with each other to keep themselves entertained. Education ranked low in their pecking order. This was quite tragic to me, because what was going to be the future of these children? How are they going to build a better life for themselves and for their families and contribute to India's economy? I wanted to do more than just provide question or answers to the questionnaire to the NGO. I wanted to help these children study. And I happen to know a lot of privileged and blessed people. So I, along with a friend, decided to channel the donations of these people from the empowered to the others to help them. Now, there are a lot of NGOs in Delhi who are already doing an incredible job on ground. So we decided to bridge their funding gap. And that's how Share a Little happened to be. We help NGOs in 2 ways. First, we help them raise funds from the public to fuel their current projects. And secondly, we help them share their stories with a new audience. Going via NGOs also made sure that the utilization was overseen by people responsible, and Share a Little could just focus on raising the funds. Imagine not being able to hear the rain drop, or the bell ring as the period ends in school, or the hustle bustle in the street outside. For a first fundraiser, we partnered with a Bombay-based school for the hearing impaired. These children come from underprivileged families, and their families could not sponsor hearing aid devices, let alone smartphones or laptops, so that children could attend school from home. So the NGO turned to us to help them sponsor tablets to help these children attend school from home. And like the citizens of France and America, we turned to the people to raise funds. Without early intervention and continuous learning, these children could never learn to read or write. Now, this was a very compelling cause for us to work towards. So, in a span of 45 days, with no prior experience in entrepreneurship or fundraising, the co-founders were able to raise 1,50,000 rupees to help 15 children get tablets so that they could study from home. And these were the fulfilling experiences that made me go on and not stop. Which brings me to my original question. What is crowdfunding? Quite simply, crowdfunding is a way to fund a project through the crowd. It is when lots of people share a little, typically via the internet, and it then amounts to a lot for the project. The term was popularized back in 2008 and 2009 with the rise of American crowdfunding platforms such as Indiegogo and Kickstarter that have cumulatively run over 400,000 projects till date. But why am I telling you all this? To help you uncover the power of crowdfunding. For the beneficiary or the ultimate receiver of the crowdfund, 2 + 2 is quite simply equal to 5. Yes, the +1 is the feel-good factor that helps the beneficiary use the money wisely. For the donors, the crowdfunding helps them the crowdfunding platform helps them choose from a variety of projects and invest as little as 100 rupees. Plus, it gives them that extra boost of happy high to be able to help someone in need through their generosity. The Statue of Liberty, Alexander Pope's Iliad of Homer, and Mozart's Venetian Concert Hall are all examples of reward-based crowdfunding, because there's a reward attached to the contribution, such as a public shout-out in manuscripts. There's something also known as crowd lending, wherein people lend money to MSMEs since banks don't give them credit easily. Crowd lending is a win-win for both parties, as the MSMEs get access to credit and the lenders earn an interest on their money and feel good about helping the ultimate beneficiary empowered through their lending effort. Donation-based crowdfunding is a way to source money for a project by asking a large number of contributors to donate a small amount without any expectation of return. For example, what we saw in Pandit Nehru's example. But the most popular type of crowdfunding is equity-based crowdfunding. Equity-based crowdfunding basically allows the contributors to become part owners of the company by trading capital for equity shares. The Jobs Act, or the Crowdfund Act, signed by Barack Obama, was a milestone in modern crowdfunding. It allowed startups and companies to find funding for their venture in exchange for equity and securities in the company. Since then, many countries such as Germany, UK, Japan, Indonesia have followed suit. The recent relief efforts in Ukraine have also been driven by crowdfunding, including crypto-based funding. This week, the UAE government approved the use of crowdfunding for funding small businesses and to broaden the country's liquidity. Moving on to the scenario in India. This complicated looking figure basically tells us that in 2019, merely 0.5% of everyday giving was channeled through crowdfunding platforms. There's a widespread distrust on online fundraising platforms, and Indians still prefer to donate directly themselves, whether it be for religious purposes or for feeding a street dog or giving old clothes to the poor. We witnessed the crowdfunding industry boom immensely in 2020. Three of the most prominent domestic players raised over 200 crore rupees cumulatively for COVID relief fundraisers in 1 year alone. And we think this trend is here to stay. The present decade is extremely crucial for the industry, as we will witness people shift from traditional channels of giving to more formal ones, such as crowdfunding platforms, not only because the transparency norms of platforms are increasing, but because people are getting busier by the day and want to turn to platforms to keep alive their philanthropic desires. With rising incomes, ease of online payments, added transparency of online platforms, and deeper penetration of the internet, the future of crowdfunding in India looks extremely bullish. And you know what else I'm bullish about in the coming decade? The rise of women in India. We at Share a Little have been extremely lucky to have worked with women superstars who are breaking barriers in really big ways. In addition to having an all-women team at Share a Little, coincidentally, the NGOs that we partner with have all been women-led. Each of these women have stories of resilience, persistence, and patience, and have often gone beyond their call of duty to achieve incredible results for their organizations. This is a special salute to all women who are managing families and full-time jobs or just full-time jobs or just families alone. And I get inspired and learn from you every single day. With that said, I'd like to open the house for questions.
Thank you, CA Divya. It was very insightful sessions on power of crowdfunding. We will take some questions from the member. There is always a fear about where the money goes when you make a donation. Does Share a Little monitor this aspect when they associate with an NGO?
Absolutely. So we are very particular about the utilization of funds. So we've put a few processes in place to take care of the utilization. The first is to partner with credible NGOs and the management of the NGOs that we can trust. So far, we have gone, and partnered with people or NGOs that we already knew from before or came from very trusted people. So we have partnered with organizations that are run by our school alumnus, as well as organizations that are audited by the NIRC chartered accountants or who've come through word of mouth from other NGOs. And as we don't just provide fundraising help to the NGOs, but we partner with them through and through. So right from understanding what their story is, to running the fundraiser, to understanding how the funds have been utilized. And we give a complete feedback and videos and messages to the donors to help them understand how exactly their funds have been used. But we are extremely, extremely particular about the NGOs that we partner with.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. There's one more question. Usually, society tend to want a job, security, or conventional lifestyle. How was the attitude of the people around you when you decided to take this less trodden path?
Okay, very honest answer. I was extremely surprised as to how averse people were to donating. Maybe it's to do with the fact that the pandemic had disrupted incomes for a lot of people, even in regular jobs. But in my opinion, there's a lot of hesitance, not just to trust online channels, but to donate money to help others. So there've been a lot of ways that we've tried to crowdfund the money in the absence of a ready flow of retail crowdfunding money. So we've helped organize fundraising events that have helped immensely because people are generally getting something in return through those events. So something like a Bake a Little that we did when we partnered with a baker, and people got to learn and bake at this event, and then when they signed up, that money was channeled through to the NGO, the fundraiser that we were doing. There's a lot of association to do good, but unless they get something in return, I think at least in India, at least in the pandemic, there's a lot of hesitance to share. But I think that's going to change as at least the pandemic goes away probably, or as we turn to corporates for donations, so that'll keep the flow of money more at a more regular interval. And but a lot of times I've extremely been surprised by the generosity of people as well. Like there's been no limit to how much they've trusted us, and 27% contribution actually comes from repeat donors, so that is incredible. And our average donation per backer is actually 25% higher than the global average of 4,900 rupees. So our platform actually has an average donation backer of 6,100 rupees, which is quite a lot if you look at a donation-based crowdfunding platform. So people have been good, but I think there's a lot of time that the credibility, to build the credibility that it will take, and we're here for the long run, and we are here to change perspectives and opinions and gain people's trust.
Thank you. One more question on credibility from CA Kapil Batra. How we can establish a credibility to convince the contributor at first place, despite your best intention?
I think, how they say money begets money. So unless we do fundraisers and tell people that this is how we've used your money and really earn their interest, and we've actually gone and shown invoices of the expenses that were made by the NGOs, the videos from beneficiaries saying that they have received the smartphone, and we've gone ahead and shared that with donors. So it's about running fundraisers and sharing the utilization of those fundraisers, and then probably earning that trust from people, and running more projects and helping more people. But the spreading of the word and the marketing of each campaign basically takes up a lot of time and effort. And I think it's going to be a journey of at least 4 to 5 years, from what I believe. But I think it's all about the transparency. If you're honest, I believe this. So if I'm honest as a co-founder, I'm able to, tell my donors or my stakeholders, and I'm able to give them the complete picture of how the money was raised. And I always empathize with the donor. I always think that what will convince me to donate to this fundraiser or back this platform in the future. And those are the things I do. So be it about sharing invoices or, how we've channeled the money, we're think that we're going to try and use technology in a more powerful way so that people can see that it has actually reached the bank account of the donor, so that they're fully insured of the money used in the right and the promised way.
Okay. What are the challenge you faced and how did you overcome through it?
So see, the challenges are, innumerable. And I think it's all about having the right mentors and the right support from my family and friends. And I've been extremely lucky to get that, morally, also just in terms of guidance. So that has been really my cushion. My family has been extremely helpful, and I always go to my mentors and tell them that, this is what I'm planning to do. Historically, this has worked, and this, I think, do believe will work. And it's all about being in the driver's seat and driving the path and charting your own path ahead. And it's a lot of hit and trial. Some things work, some things don't. But it's a lot of fun and a learning journey to understand, what appeals to people and what doesn't. And I think only if you are fully convinced about what you're doing can you overcome those challenges. So that conviction and that optimism is very important. And I think I drive that from my friends and family. That's a little way of how I do overcome the challenges that I have in it's very short span of time, but yeah.
Next question. How strong would you say digital media has been in your reach?
It's been everything. So to give you a little bit of background, I don't come from a marketing background. I come from a very finance heavy background. So for me to understand digital marketing has been the real challenge. It has taken me a lot of effort and learning and understanding to just understand how to market myself over social media and digitally. So I took a lot of pains and learned the art of the social media algorithms, or, how to make appealing creatives, or, write the most compelling fundraising story or a copy to market myself. And I think it's been a journey. As I did it, the first 2 months were not good. The first 4 months were better. The next 4 months were better. And now I think I've reached a stage where I'm a little bit more confident about my marketing, but it's just something that is so important and completely, what do you call it, irreplaceable part of any business. And it's really put Share a Little on the, in front of everyone's eyes, and one opportunity leads to the other. And I'm very fortunate to have received a lot of opportunities from a lot of people, especially you guys, and there have been a lot of CAs who've come forward to help, and it's all because of digital marketing. So I would say that's an indispensable part of business in today's world.
You might be running so many projects. Which one is your close to heart project?
Okay, all of them are close to my heart, but I will talk about one that was more close than the others. There is something known as a childcare institution, where children with, who don't have parents or have lost one or both parents, or whose parents don't have the means to bring them up, or, children are found abandoned or, mistreated in some ways. And the government takes them into childcare institutions. Now, this has been very big learning for me, because I understood that after these children turn 18, they can no longer be at those childcare institutions and they have to move out. So imagine a child who's been brought up under such comforts of these four walls around them and don't know how big, nasty the world is outside. And as they turn 18, they have to move to the real world without, a support system of parents, families, or even the childcare institutions that they were brought up in. It's very easy for these children to succumb to, wrong doings of others, or fall into wrong professions, especially for goods. So there is an NGO in India, it's based in Bombay, called Catalyst for Social Action. They help these childcare institutions. They've set procedures in place to help these children, grow up in terms of nutrition, health, taking care of their clothes, and, having educational means, career counseling, so that they know what they want to do after they graduate or they get out of the childcare institutions after they turn 18. Now, on paper, there's a law known as the aftercare program, via which the childcare institution is supposed to take care of the children 2 years after they get out of those institutions. But this law is just on paper, and very little is done to take care of these, adolescents after they move out. But this NGO, Catalyst for Social Action, or CSA, they make sure that, these children are doing the right courses or pursuing education of their choice. And they've partnered with government institutions or hostels so that they have a place to stay and a school to study at. So we help sponsor the vocational training of 3 such students who could pursue courses such as carpentry or nurse or become nurses after they turn 18, and they are able to get back into the job market as soon as possible. And they are able to sustain themselves and their families, and earn a very good living for themselves in the coming future. So I was extremely proud to be a part of that project.
Okay. Do you want to talk about any future plans of Share a Little?
So it's a very recent learning that fundraising events go a long way, because, as I said, they're getting something in return. So very recently, we just concluded an art fundraiser wherein we partnered with an artist, and we sold art, and the proceeds from that art went towards the fundraising efforts that we were doing for an animal-based shelter. So I think going forward, we are focusing on 2 things. Definitely crowdfunding is going to remain our forte, but we are going to focus more on organizing fundraising events so that it really helps us reach a larger audience, because there are more welcoming to, things that, they can get out of, because, altruism as a service, it's good on paper, but it doesn't really sell as a concept very well, at least, in my short experience. But the second one is going to be corporate donors. So we're going to try and get the help of corporations and tap the social responsibility funds, so that we have a continuous tap of funds coming in, and then we can issue, and we can help more people, and really partner with more NGOs in the short run. So we are expanding the NGOs or the causes that we support. So far it was just educational and vocational training and empowerment oriented. Now we're moving towards community development, where we distribute blankets to help people in the cold, or help animal shelters get medical treatment for the rescue dogs, etc. And we have a lot of fun things lined up in the future. But yeah, the intention is noble. So I'm sure we'll figure a way out.
Okay. One more question. In your experience with many NGOs, do you see people benefiting from these programs tending to give back to the society?
I think I can talk only in terms of our repeat donors who've come back again and again, because the main challenge was, how do we tap newer audiences? I already tapped my network, my co-founder tapped her network, and then we tried to tap newer audiences through the first fundraiser itself. But now when you talk about the second fundraiser or the third, and we've done 6 fundraisers so far, the main challenge has been, how do we tap a newer audience? And I'm very proud to say that a lot of people have supported us again and again. And I don't know how much we've helped them or motivated them to do something for the society in the long run, but definitely at least encourage them enough to trust us and come back to help us. But having said that, a lot of people have come back and told me very personally that although at this point I can't donate or help you financially, but people have helped us get volunteers that can work with us full time, or who can, they've helped us spread the word, they've helped us, taken our message to their own audience. So if it has not been financially, it has been in a lot of other qualitative ways. We've done podcasts for free, we've done so many things that people have lent their skills to us to, to be able to do our job in a better way, or help us spread the word. So that's a little bit of charity that I think they are doing in their own way. And so we're trying to build a platform where everyone can do a little and to basically help others.
CA Jonathan wants to know, are there any active campaigns of Share a Little currently?
No, we just completed a campaign 5 days back, and we're going to launch one probably next month now, but we'll keep you posted. You can follow us on social media or my LinkedIn. I'm extremely active, so you'll keep abreast with the latest on Share a Little.
One last question. What is your message to upcoming entrepreneurs?
So I get this asked a lot, and I can just share my example. There's no magic formula, but what really helped me was, a lot of people say that, we did it along with our job, or we did a lot of market research, etc. In my case, I was just so moved by the stories that I heard that I just wanted to do something to help. So I would just say, get started. And so many people come up to me and they say that, how did you take the first step? How did you just start? And, I think I had the risk appetite. I had the, age at which I got started when I was 26. So I really thought that if now I don't take risk in my career, then when will I take it? I don't have family to feed, or, my family is still there to help me, and I can still be dependent on them for funds, etc. So I was a little like lucky in that department. But I think even if you get started, you have to trust your instincts and your skills and yourself to be able to figure out the next step if this is not successful. And always have a plan B. So for me, it was like I could always go back to business school, or I could always upskill myself, do a digital marketing course. That was always at the back of my mind. I need to learn digital marketing. And I think just having that faith and trust in yourself that you can figure it out is the thing that's required for an entrepreneur. And I would say it's better to have something of your own and call something, of your own. And that feeling is so fulfilling and satisfying that you'll want to figure out a way to keep that alive or keep that passion or that fire in you burning. But I just think that it's the first step that is the hardest. And after that, it's not a cakewalk, but I think it's a journey of like self-discovery and learning and just knowing yourself so much better. And if you're ready to hustle and if you're ready to experiment a little bit, I think you should definitely walk down that road, and there's nothing that you can't do, And all these people are CAs who are attending today's talk. So you've already done so much to get where you are. And I think that's always something I tell myself. If I can clear the CA final exams, I think there's very little that I can't do with the kind of persistence and hard work that is already there in the person that I am. So I think it's just the mindset thing that you have to overcome. The rest is, you figure it out.
Rightly said, Divya. At the end of the day, it's not about what you have or even what you accomplished. It's about what you have, who you have lifted up, who you have made better, and what you have given back. Thank you, CA Divya. With this, I will conclude the session.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. May I now call upon CA Karishma Uponi, who is a member of BCICAI, a fitness advocate, an avid reader, to take the session forward. Thank you. Over to you, CA Karishma.
Thank you, CA Ambika. Good afternoon, everyone. Women are like Swiss Army knives, born to multitask. In our lives, as we juggle various responsibilities, we may have thought at one time or another, how do I develop my own niche, my own brand? How do I make myself unique? Which skills would I need to acquire and cultivate? Today, to share with us her practical tools to achieve the vision of lasting success and help us with some useful tips, we have amongst us an author, an entrepreneur, a woman forging her own path, Deepshikha Kumar. Can we please have the audiovisual clip to introduce Deepshikha and her inspiring accomplishments?
Deepshikha Kumar, founder, eSpeaking. One of the most respected women entrepreneurs in the region, Deepshikha is the winner of Economic Times Most Promising Women Leaders 2021, Google Digital Women Award in Leadership 2020, Top 100 Women Entrepreneurs by Ministry of MSME, Government of India 2020, and Asia Women Icon Award Singapore 2017 and 19, which celebrates excellence in entrepreneurship. Deepshikha is a TEDx speaker. She's an author and an avid guide on building excellence in speech. She recently finished her first book titled 101 Lessons to Be a Damn Good Speaker. Passionate about education, Deepshikha serves as an honorary faculty for leading business schools and writes actively on industry interests for Economic Times and association journals. Some of her most regarded writings are on inclusions, such as the one on Encourage, Engage, Prosper Women in the Indian Industry. Deepshikha Kumar.
I now invite our damn good speaker, Deepshikha, to enlighten us on the soft skills that are key for entrepreneurs. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. It's such an honor. I'm extremely overwhelmed to be around so many accountancy wizards. And I'm told chartered accountants are extremely intelligent people. And they can put 1 + 1 = 11, and they can also put 2 + 2 = 5. So great. In all the good sense. Thank you very much for inviting me. I see a few people on camera. Of course, the host, Sharmila, Mr. Santosh, Ajay, and a name that I can't read properly. But thank you. Thank you for taking time out to see me here, and would love to have more wonderful faces on camera. So without further ado, and I've been given a very, very specific topic, soft skills, people skills, which are critical to entrepreneurship. You've had some of the most phenomenal speakers since morning. I'll just try to add on my 2 cents to that. So if it's okay with everyone, to aid our conversation, I will have a presentation alongside, which could just be a surrogate to our discussion. Is that okay, Madam Host?
Yes, sure.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Do please let me know when you see my screen, and we are on in a minute. Just a second. Accountants must be feeling that how challenged are these people technically? They can't even put up a file properly in less than a minute.
Yes, we can see.
But great, there we are. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Abhijit. Welcome to. Great. So I run a company called Speakin. We are today actually not India's, but Asia's largest network of experts and thought leaders who provide learning to clients globally. Very, very critical, right? I mean, when you work with clients globally, when you work with experts globally, so our premise is to bring in one-on-one as well as group coaching using experts as mentors as well as coaches. So when we work with such a large array of individuals, and when we all keep saying, right, clients and suppliers and vendors and employees, at the end of it all, they're all people, right? So it's all humans out there. When we are talking about humans, one big part of what we are doing is soft skills and how to manage them. One big, I think a lot of lessons through my, journey as an employee also. So before this, a bigger sweet spot for CAs, it has been that I've spent nearly 6 years of my career with a company called Ernst & Young. And when I did that, what it taught me was that behind every entrepreneur, behind every CA, behind every consultant, behind every engineer, behind every MBA, and of course a partner, there is a person, and there are too many of them. It's just crowded, right? It's a very, very crowded world for us. And that took me to an assimilation of understanding of a network which has created a communication of 7 pillars. So there's 7 pillars of a communication network or a zone of communication, which I have learned over the years. And how do you manage that? So today's presentation will be about these 7 kinds of people that you would find around you. How do you build a connect with them? How do you, using your soft skills, using your communication, and using your networking aspects. Is that, are we good to go? Is that, it'll be great to have some response. And I know perhaps you're all tired with the day long of conversations, but would be fantastic if we can have some conversation together on this. So great. We are talking about, when we talk about soft skills need to be directed in multiple different manners. Like, when I was growing up, or when I was an employee, we always had that concept that, I'm like that only. I don't know how many of you do understand Hindi, but it's like, hum to aise hi hain. And let that be a message that goes out to people who are interacting. They need to change. If I'm going to finance for an approval, or if I'm going to my boss for a promotion, or if I'm going to my subordinate for getting work done, I'm like that only. This is how I am. I'm fair. I'm transparent. I'm straight on. I'll talk straight work. I don't really need to customize. The years of working in the corporate world and being an entrepreneur have instead taught me that is the biggest myth that one can drive with. I'm like that only, just doesn't exist. So your communication, your conversations, your ability to interact and to infer have to change with the kind of person that you are communicating with. So there are 7 profiles of these people that we will go through. And how do you customize your communication? There is a Swami, there is a Matya, there is Janapada, there is Durg, Kosha, Danda, and Mitrani. These are all a part of Chanakya Niti, which have evolved as profiles and as key components of a business person's life, whether an employee or an employer or an entrepreneur. And then there is the 8th that we will talk about. So let's jump into these. The first one is the Swami, the king. Now, this is, how do you identify a king? A king is a person who's leading an organization, popularly known as a CEO, managing director, founder, chairman, et al. And without this person, the organization will lose its direction and become vulnerable. Now, how do you identify and how do you customize your communication to this person? This person usually is intelligent, passionate. These are the key core characteristics this person should have. Should be empathetic, should be truthful in speech, should be grateful, should be eager to learn, and approachable. So if you are the Swami, running your own practice, running your own company, running your own setup, or your own division, these are the characteristics as a communicator that you need to have. You need to be clear, concise, you need to be truthful, you need to be empathetic, and you need to be, of course, grateful, clear to learn, approachable, and a great listener. These are some of the components which are the most key to an entrepreneur or a leader in any capacity. The second big part of an entrepreneurial setup or a professional life is amatya, which is the minister. You can also, in fact, see this in your in a personal settings also. Traditionally, as I said, that Swami is the male of the society, but who's the amatya? Traditionally, it was the wife, or the leading lady of the house, because she is actually the person who's running the show. Similarly, in your organizations also, you can look around and find people. While there is, like they say, that the real and the nominal, right? Who's the real driver and who's the nominal driver? You need to find the amatya, and he or she is the person who's second in command and the person whom the leader would depend on in the Swami's absence. What are the traits of this person? The person has a massive desire to learn. Number 2, the person is loyal to the king and the organization, has a thorough understanding, is intent on truth, is very, very sweet in speech. That's one of the key areas that amatya has, which basically means that if you are an amatya, if you are running the show on behalf of the Swami, the biggest communication requirement that you would have is you can't lose patience. The Swami can, and Swami will perhaps get away with it as well. But you, as the bridge between the Janapada, which we'll come to, or the army, and the and the person who's leading the show, you have to be the conduit, the bridge. The bridge has to be rock solid. The bridge has to be unshakable, resilient. And again, big part, loyalty would of course be an innate quality, but in terms of communication, sweet talking, great listener, should be able to bridge negotiations and conversations between different parts of the organization or the ecosystem. Number 3. So we had the Swami, the Amatya, and now we talk about the country, which is the market in which the organization approach. We'll talk about how you communicate with your market and what are the key characteristics. Typically, a market is the area of dominance that you have as an organization, and you would like to keep monopoly in that segment. Now, that conversation can happen via, of course, you have different marketing tools, you have different channel tools, you have different kinds of communication and brand messages that you build with the Janapada. You need to build a strong position in the center as well as the periphery, the frontiers of your market, using multiple modes of communication, which are again clear, which are more sustainable in the times of crisis. As they said that, when pandemic hit, a lot of people withdrew from advertisement. A lot of people stepped back from, being out there in the open. Who wins in the end? So when in the times of crisis, as they say, over communication is better than under communication. That's how you communicate with your market. And of course, the modes of communication can be different for different organizations. The mode of communication can be different from different people also. Byju's, as we heard yesterday, is the first company that became the sponsor of FIFA World Cup. That's one way of communicating, right? That's one way of going out there and communicating yourselves as a brand and as a leader in that particular market. And of course, your Janapada needs to also give you the other parts as if that it can be protected. It needs to have a strong moat. Moat is your USP and provides excellent cash flow, of course, the money, and compliant with the laws of the land. So all that communication and compliance needs to align with the market potential, as well as your compliance and the ability to legally capture that market. Fourth part. Now, the fourth component of communication, whom are you going to communicate with? And where do you communicate off? As an organization, you have a Durg. Durg is the fortified city, which basically is the control center, the head office. I'm assuming most of the CAs do end up being a part of the corporate functions in their organizations. Or if you're running your own practice as an entrepreneur, you would need to be understanding and cognizant of where is your head office, where is your control center, and where is that done from, to make it eligible, to make it congenial, to make it amicable for communication with your teams, within your teams, with your clients. Number one, you need to make sure, a lot of times you say, right, my clients are, concentrated in X area. I need to have an office close to them. Why do you do that? Because you need to be close to them in the proximity in terms of communication. We are again moving to a world of offline interactions. We are again moving to a world where people will be comfortable and God willing, sitting down for a cup of coffee. You'll again be sitting back with your employees as well as your clients. Make yourselves available, be close to where your clients are, be close to where your employees are, most of them, and to build a place which automatically bodes loyalty as well as encourages devotion towards the company, towards the organization, towards the Swami that some of you might also be as leaders of your respective organizations. Very, very critical. We underestimate this part. Invest in this. This is an investment. This will make sure that your communication, your thought process, your basic mood, your basic sentiment aligns on a day-to-day basis. Number 5, finance. Well, I don't really need to talk much about this here in this amongst the leaders that you are, but it is the backbone of any business, and a strong and a well-managed treasury, which all of you are already leading, is the heart of any organization, right? Get your numbers right, get your projections right. IPO nikal diya, abhi it is going down. 40%, 60% down. Where are the foundations? The foundations, go back to your CA and talk to the CA. You would assume, as far as communication of money is concerned, the transparency of acquiring that money, the transparency of dissemination of that money, the transparency of the money being able to sustain and be resilient against any calamities, against any surprises, against any pandemics or unforeseen situations. All that has to be done. So with respect to money, number one rule is being transparent. Whether you're being transparent with yourself, whether you're being transparent within your core group, whether you're being transparent with your employees, whether you're being transparent with your shareholders or stakeholders, that is the biggest way to communicate with money and of money. And of course, that happens through reports, through different mechanisms that you can set, which gives you a live communication route with the money that you are making or not making, to make sure that it stands right by your side when you need it. Number 6, very, very, very critical, right? I mean, that's the army that'll fight for you. This is your fighting spirit. This is the core, the heart. I would say money definitely is one, but this is what Danda, the army, is what that drives your organization forward. That's the fuel that drives the engine forward towards success and greater heights. These are your team members. These are people who are ready to fight for you. The salesman, the accountant, the PA, across roles, across genres. How do you communicate with them? First of all, you have to find the right people to be a part of your organization. Number one, you need to make sure via your communications and via your understanding that they are aligned to your organization. They are aligned to your vision as a Swami, as an Amatya, as Janapada. They'll be able to serve it. Number two, in terms of communication, when it is great, as they say, that there is also a school of thought now that's saying that there should not be any cultural fabric of a company, because the problem with the cultural fabric is that when you get somebody from outside who has a new perspective, who has a fresh perspective, the internal culture doesn't let that person absorb. So you need to have room for newness. You need to have room for fresh thinking. You need to have room where people feel easy to communicate and connect with others. But at the same time, you also need an army which will blindly follow your orders when it is wartime. Because in wartime, it is one unit that is fighting, not multiple heads. You need a person who has the flair of communication, able to put across, add value to the overall scaling and overall development of an organization. But you also need a person who can absorb the right kind of journey when there are challenges which hit us. It is great to find people who have already fought these battles, which basically means that get people who are experienced and can hit the ground running, especially when you're looking to scale. Because a lot of times when the communication, the time of that you end up losing in communicating and bringing people up to speed, especially in times of massive scaling, can be detrimental to the pace at which you would grow. It pulls the entire organization back. So that's the time you have to take a decision. In stable times, in times of lesser growth, take people, bring in fresh blood where you can perhaps educate, communicate on an ongoing basis. But in times of extreme growth, hyper growth setups, go for people who come with experience, and at the same time will be able to align with you in your particular interests. Number 7, and the final one in the main tally, is the Mitra, the ally. The ally is the core part of communication. This is the only place you can communicate, as they say, that there's some people that I can talk to without being judged, without being wary of how I'll be interpreted. Communication is a two-way journey, right? I mean, one which is said and the other which is interpreted or which is understood. The said and the understood can be two different universes. This is the bridge, the ally, your mentor, your mitra is the bridge that will help you in being understood better. You can't control the other's body. You can't control the interpretation of what you've said, but you can definitely make your spoken communication or written communication as clear, as empathetic, as crystallized as possible. So this is the person who comes in. The person could be a friend, a confidante, a mentor. I mostly say step away from family, but this can also be a part of your family as well. It could be your father, it could be your mother, your brother, sister, children, and more. When I entered from my corporate life and I left Ernst and Young and joined and started on my own, for nearly 6 months I did not tell my father that I have quit a formal job. It would have given him a massive heart attack. That leaving a job, you're going into a complete unknowns. Itna acha salary mil raha hai, let it be. Why do you want to ruin your career, and why do you end up with a lot of heartaches? But the reason why that happened is because these are people who love you, who would not want to put you in harm's way. Usually, another word for that is take risks, either with your mental or physical health, or financial health, or social health, or moral health, right? But to get a perspective there, I think it is important that you have a mentor who is available to you. Great listener again. See, again, if you've seen all the 7, communication is as much as spoken as it is to listen. People who talk too much are not necessarily great communicators. Extroverts are not necessarily great communicators. A lot of times I find introverts to be better communicators because at least the guy will listen and then respond, right? Person is not already thinking, abhi kya bolna hai? Abhi ye bolna hai. Chup karega to main bolunga. Right? It's not that. It's like, you've said something and then I will internalize, I'll process, and then I will respond. That's communication. So this particular person is extremely critical for you in your communications journey. This person will also help you to iron out a few, areas which you may not see, blind spots in communication, which are there. You speak too loudly, you speak too fast, you speak too low, you use a lot of jargon, too complicated. A lot of people don't even understand credit and debit. I still get confused when I get my bank statements, which one is which. Not everybody understands what we know, right? Not everybody's as intelligent. Not everybody comes from that school of thought. So bring in these people who are able to mobilize themselves for you. So finally, just a quick recap. There are 7 people. Again, I would say your communication is a function of who you are talking to. It is not a function of who you are. You have values, you don't have styles. Styles will vary by the person that you talk to. So you have, on an average, these are the 7 personalities that you see. You have the Swami, the Amatya, the Janapada, the Durg, the Kosha, the Danda, and the Mitra in any given setup. You can find this parallel in an office. You can find this parallel if you're running your own company. You can find a practice. You can find this parallel in your own house. Finally, just one last pillar that we have, the 7 days in a week, and then the 7 colors of rainbow, etc. The 8th one, be very, very careful of this as well and cognizant of this. A lot of times we say, oh, this person brings out the best in me. And then there are also people say, this person brings out the worst in me. कई लोग होते हैं जिसकी शक्ल देख के लगता है कि यार मतलब let me get started now. So but that's also an area you need to be cognizant of. And surprisingly, it also aids in our development. I mean, we look at competition. And then it kind of motivates us, right? Not necessarily. Not everybody gets motivated looking at competition. And I personally, I don't think it's the best case. I mean, for me, for example, I'm my own competition. I want to better myself. I want to benchmark against myself and then keep moving on. But you learn. So you look for people who will bring out the best of your next level, who will awaken that sleeping giant. And as I say that, when people who fish, they say that the fish who swims the hardest is actually the tastiest. So you have to find that an enemy. It could be a habit, it could be a person, it could be a situation, it could be an entity, it could be a fellow CA, it could be a boss, it could be anybody. Find that person, find that entity, and use that as an anchor to better yourself from where you are standing. That's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. That's pretty much all I had as a presentation. Happy to take quick questions and then we can move on.
Thank you, Deepshika, for that interesting perspective on communication skills. I think we're all motivated to move from main aisi hu to being a damn good speaker. So there's a question actually. Was there someone who acted as your mitra or your mentor in this journey that you had?
Oh, absolutely. There are, I think for me, mentors have changed at different points of my life. I mean, I personally have not believed that there is a particular mentor. I think emotionally, there is one person that you can have. There is a unit that you can have. Could be, I mean, for me, it was my mother, my father, my husband that I look up to for personalized communication, because they know me, they've seen me grow through different avatars. But as far as professionally is concerned, I think different people bring different kinds of perspectives. And so technically, you might look up to somebody else. People, you might look up to somebody else. IT, you might look up to somebody else, etc., etc., etc. So multiple people have helped me over my journey and continue to do so.
All right. I won't keep you long, but there's just another question. Were you always a very confident speaker, or, did you have to go through a change, sort of a change in your personality and to where you've reached today?
I think, frankly, there is nothing called a confident speaker. I mean, honestly speaking, every single person from a Warren Buffett to an Obama or to the very intelligent Trump and everybody else. I mean, everyone gets jitters when they step on the dais, whether it is virtual or real. If your legs are not shaking when you are stepping on a dais, there's something wrong. You've not understood your audiences. So if your mouth gets dry, your hands are sweaty, your legs are shaking, 100%, it happens to every single person. The heartbeat goes up. How do you recover from it? How quickly do you recover from it is the mark of a good speaker. So that's. I mean, I think I still get it when I get up on the stage. But how quickly you are able to connect to the audiences, and of course you're prepared. And the second big part is that you need to be contextual. You need to know your audiences. If you've not known your topic, if you don't know your audience, if you're taking a lot of experimentation or shortcut on any of these conversations, I think that usually ends up in an environment where you're not getting the response that you need, and that further demotivates you as a speaker or an expert.
Well said. Are there any ultimate don'ts when you're communicating?
I think there's some. Again, the only don't is that don't have a rigid thought process or a style when you're going into a communication. I mean, there are people that I speak with. I mean, for example, when you're talking to a person who speaks very slow, a wonderful idea to switch immediately, speak slow. Because that's when you will have communication. Then that's when you're having a chat. Otherwise, one is speaking and the other person is, just lingering around. If the one person speaks fast, you might want to keep the pace, but don't do it if it doesn't come naturally to you. Stick to your natural self, and you leave a little bit of room for deviation, go up or down. But stick to your natural self.
Right. Thank you. One last question. Did you always, dream of being an entrepreneur, having your own company? Was it a natural progression, or was it one incident which, set you on this path?
Not at all. I mean, I was born into a family of government servants, and my mother was the only working woman in the family, and since they were both government servants, all I had imagined, or they had also thought of for me, was a 9-to-5 job. So no, I never really thought of being an entrepreneur. It just happened. It just happened along the way. One fine day, I was moving around in the aisles of Ernst & Young, and then I thought that, after 6 years, I realized I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. It's a wonderful organization. It was a wonderful organization when I was there, and I'm sure it still is. But I didn't want to be a cog in a wheel, or a teeny tiny fish in a huge sea. I wanted to create my own, even if it's a pond. Or maybe a puddle. I wanted to have one of my own.
All right. Thank you so much for your time today. We much appreciated, and it was great having you with us. So once again, thank you, and hope to see you soon. All right. Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
We will now break for lunch. Let's reconvene at 1:10 p.m. And don't be late, as CA Roana will be here back with raffles and some exciting prizes for you. So see you after lunch.
Present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
in your life when your actions define your character and the type of leader you wish to be. You respect those around you and always show compassion because that's integral to your core beliefs. That's who you are. You follow your heart and do the right thing. You shape your future and inspire others. This new kind of luxury, it matches your personality, your intuitive intelligence, and your drive to positively impact all life around you. Your unique presence radiates an aura, completely different from anyone else. The all-new LX, new luxury, new drive.
We spend too much time on our phones, like clicking, swiping, just getting a blue tan. Unless, of course, it's something actually worthwhile, like investing for your future. You can now start investing in mutual funds from your phone. Buy and sell mutual funds or track their performance from right here. Now that's amazing. Invest conveniently in mutual funds that match your investment needs. Start investing seamlessly through online mutual funds on the SC mobile app. Download it today.
Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart, your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As they say, the fondest memories are made when gathered around a table. The journey of the women's wing of BCICI, or YCAB as we call it, began with a casual dinner among friends in 2014. This project was an initiative of our immensely talented, ambitious and motivated duo CA Shubhashri and CA Shri Bharti, with their helping hand CA Khushbu and the ever-encouraging and supportive CA Meenakshi, the then chairperson of the chapter. At the International Conference of BCICI in the year 2014, the support to form the YCAB poured in when all the women CAs present wholeheartedly supported the initiative, and thus was formed YCAB. Since then, from a small coffee shop meeting with a few ladies in 2014 to an international conference being handled by the women members in 2021, we have come a long way. In these 6 years, the chapter has also witnessed a tremendous increase in the number of paid and participating women members. The reason for this initiative was basically to give the women members of the BCICI a platform to network and meet other than the post-work seminars, as most of the women were unable to attend the same. From the very first seminar, which was exclusively led by women members in March 2015 with the theme Make It Happen, this forum also served as a platform for women to grow and lead many other chapter activities and seminars themselves. Compliance, emotional intelligence, financial modeling, and crowdfunding, to name a few, were conducted exclusively for women members and was well received. The women in the group have been motivating and encouraging each other to take up leadership roles, and therefore, since then, we have seen BCICI executive committees having 2 or more women members every year, with some of them taking key positions like that of an ExCom member, joint treasurer, joint secretary, and now even the acting chairperson role. Also, after the formation of YCAB, every year the Bahrain chapter has had a number of events where women members have played a key role, be it registrations, stage management, public speaking, souvenir making, or mementos. The women have done it all. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the women members who have taken up active roles in the chapter, the past and present chairpersons of BCICI, and the BCICI members who have, and we are sure will always, be supportive and reassuring for YCAB to reach even greater heights. As Oprah Winfrey once said, challenges are gifts that force us to search for a new center of gravity. Don't fight them, just find a new way to stand. And as we celebrate the 6 years of YCAB, we women know we chose to challenge and found our own way to make it happen.
present to you Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
There are moments in your life when your actions define your character and the type of leader you wish to be. You respect those around you and always show compassion because that's integral to your core beliefs. That's who you are. You follow your heart and do the right thing. You shape your future and inspire others. This new kind of luxury, it matches your personality, your intuitive intelligence, and your drive to positively impact all life around you. Your unique presence radiates an aura, completely different from anyone else. The all-new LX, new luxury, new drive.
We spend too much time on our phones, like clicking, swiping, just getting a blue tan. Unless, of course, it's something actually worthwhile, like investing for your future. You can now start investing in mutual funds from your phone. Buy and sell mutual funds or track their performance from right here. Now that's amazing. Invest conveniently in mutual funds that match your investment needs. Start investing seamlessly through online mutual funds on the SC mobile app. Download it today.
Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
As they say, the fondest memories are made when gathered around a table. The journey of the women's wing of BCICI, or YCAB as we call it, began with a casual dinner among friends in 2014. This project was an initiative of our immensely talented, ambitious and motivated duo CA Shubhashri and CA Shri Bharti, with their helping hand CA Khushbu and the ever-encouraging and supportive CA Meenakshi, the then chairperson of the chapter. At the International Conference of BCICI in the year 2014, the support to form the YCAB poured in when all the women CAs present wholeheartedly supported the initiative and thus was formed YCAB. Since then, from a small coffee shop meeting with a few ladies in 2014 to an international conference being handled by the women members in 2021, we have come a long way. In these 6 years, the chapter has also witnessed a tremendous increase in the number of paid and participating women members. The reason for this initiative was basically to give the women members of the BCICI a platform to network and meet other than the post-work seminars, as most of the women were unable to attend the same. From the very first seminar, which was exclusively led by women members in March 2015 with the theme Make It Happen, this forum also served as a platform for women to grow and lead many other chapter activities and seminars themselves. Compliance, emotional intelligence, financial modeling, and crowdfunding, to name a few, were conducted exclusively for women members and was well received. The women in the group have been motivating and encouraging each other to take up leadership roles, and therefore, since then, we have seen BCICI executive committees having 2 or more women members every year, with some of them taking key positions like that of an ExCom member, joint treasurer, joint secretary, and now even the acting chairperson role. Also, after the formation of YCAB, every year the Bahrain chapter has had a number of events where women members have played a key role, be it registrations, stage management, public speaking, souvenir making, or mementos. The women have done it all. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the women members who have taken up active roles in the chapter, the past and present chairpersons of BCICI, and the BCICI members who have, and we are sure will always, be supportive and reassuring for YCAB to reach even greater heights. As Oprah Winfrey once said, challenges are gifts that force us to search for a new center of gravity. Don't fight them, just find a new way to stand. And as we celebrate the 6 years of YCAB, we women know we chose to challenge and found our own way to make it happen.
Mr. Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer from TRW Private Equity.
There are moments in your life when your actions define your character and the type of leader you wish to be. You respect those around you and always show compassion because that's integral to your core beliefs. That's who you are. You follow your heart and do the right thing. You shape your future and inspire others. This new kind of luxury, it matches your personality, your intuitive intelligence, and your drive to positively impact all life around you. Your unique presence radiates an aura, completely different from anyone else. The all-new LX, new luxury, new drive.
We spend too much time on our phones, like clicking, swiping, just getting a blue tan. Unless, of course, it's something actually worthwhile, like investing for your future. You can now start investing in mutual funds from your phone. Buy and sell mutual funds or track their performance from right here. Now that's amazing. Invest conveniently in mutual funds that match your investment needs. Start investing seamlessly through online mutual funds on the SC mobile app. Download it today.
Welcome back, dear members, from our lunch break. This is Roanna Miranda once again with you for taking you through our next round of raffles. This round of raffles consists of 3 vouchers of BD10 each. So as we move ahead with the raffles, all you people who are feeling lucky, please be ready to at least make your presence be felt. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity. So may we have the first winner post-lunch session, please. And the winner is CA Pallavi Goel. CA Pallavi, looking forward to your response for your presence. CA Pallavi, congratulations if you are here. I guess she is not there, so unlucky. We move forward to the next winner, CA Lirash Ravindra. CA Lirash, are you present? Okay, great. We have a confirmation and we have the first winner for our raffles post lunch. So we move to the second winner. The second raffles winner is CA Anil Kumar Panuganti. CA Anil Kumar, are you present? Oh, I don't see, no, not yet messaged. I will skip him. Let's move ahead to the next lucky winner. So the next lucky winner is CA Ramesh Dave. CA Ramesh, can we have a confirmation if you are present? CA Ramesh. Okay, I will give him a skip as well since there's no confirmation. May we have another pick? The next winner is CA Cliffa Antao. CA Cliffa, are you present? CA Cliffa, can we get a confirmation? Oh, we have the second winner. Congratulations, CA Cliffa Antao. So we have the second winner. And as we move to the third winner for this session, CA Uday Shahanba. Congratulations, CA Uday. If I can just get a confirmation of your presence. CA Uday. CA Uday. Calling one, calling two. Okay. Okay, he has raised his hand. So we have 3 winners for this session. Dear members, please know that we have exciting raffles coming up at the end of this conference. So please be with us throughout the session. And there are exciting prizes to be looked forward to. As we move ahead, I now invite our next CA Ankita to please take us forward through the next session. CA Ankita, please. Varsha, please.
Thank you, Royana. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a surprise that more and more women are becoming attracted to entrepreneurship by breaking the bias as compared to traditional career paths in order to have more flexibility to explore their true potential, to become a beacon of hope for other women and to follow their passion. Because now is the time to become your own boss. Today, we have an inspiring speaker leading one of the India's largest marketing platforms for local services, supporting and encouraging women entrepreneurs by raising funds for innovative women-led businesses. Ms. Anisha Singh, co-founder and CEO of Medala. Before moving ahead, can we please have the AV clip to know more about Ms. Anisha Singh?
Anisha Singh, founding partner, She Capital. Anisha Singh started her career working with the Clinton administration on an initiative called Springboard, which helped women entrepreneurs raise funds. She is the founder and former CEO of Medala, one of the India's largest local services marketing platform, which she led to over 100 crores in revenue across 200 cities in India, UAE, and South Asia. Anisha is the founding partner of She Capital, an early-stage venture fund that invests in high-growth women-focused startups. She Capital's investments include category leaders Clovia and Samosa Singh. Anisha was recognized as one of the top 100 global diversity leaders in 2019 and 50 most influential women in Asia under the business category in 2018. She was ranked amongst the top 7 women startup CEOs located outside the US by Crunchbase in 2018. She was also a judge on a MTV startup reality show called Dropout. Anisha Singh.
I'm sure you all are super excited about the conversation we are going to have now on the topic, time is now for women entrepreneurship. So let's welcome our amazing speaker, Ms. Anisha Singh. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the invite. I really appreciate it. So I got to tell you, when I got invited, I was a little lost because I was like, what am I going to tell such an accomplished bunch of people already? मैं क्या बता सकती हूँ? You know, we are all dependent on you all for managing a lot of our stuff. Otherwise, we don't know where we'd go. So, so let me give you a quick overview. Thank you for that background, but I just want to give a quick overview on myself. The way I want to do this is I'd appreciate it if I get questions. I like interactive sort of stuff. Otherwise, this will be a really, really short session. So I'm just going to give a quick overview on myself and then happy to answer any questions around entrepreneurship, funding, early stage funding, what is going on in India right now around that, whatever we want to take it from there. So I started, as everybody just heard, with the Clinton administration. I went on to do, I actually went to an edtech company, but those time edtech companies were not hot. And this is in 2001. And so actually one of the virtual meeting products that you work with, actually all of us work with, was developed by my team and later got absorbed. So I came back to India very hopeful at that time in 2005 and did a lot around virtual content and walkthroughs and ended up selling my first company to a company in the US, which did real estate walkthroughs. I then went on to start my second company, which was Maidala, which actually is kind of my, like claim to fame, but also I think it's because we did it for so long. And the more I did it, and we got to a point where we were scaling so fast, I was speaking at all these events. And just like today, being one of the, women entrepreneurs or internet, that time we were 3 of us in 2009. I started looking at the numbers in terms of women entrepreneurs and how much funding was going to female entrepreneurs. And you realize that it was a really weird anomaly you started seeing, where only 2% of the funding was going to female entrepreneurs. And it wasn't like there weren't entrepreneurs. Now I'm talking about 2014, 15. And by that time, I was mentoring so many women entrepreneurs around not just India, but Indian women entrepreneurs that were, based internationally. And so it seemed like an opportunity that nobody was kind of tapping into, which felt like we needed to. So it was a 2-part thing, right? It was also, there are so many VC funds in India that had started. And I spoke to Dave McClure, who ran 500 Startups, which is an extremely popular fund. And his thing was always play to your strengths. And I knew that one of the strengths was because I had been mentoring women entrepreneurs for so long that it just seemed like an easy fit. But I also felt it was an uncatered opportunity to try and accomplish something which nobody was doing here in India, and actually proving the case in point that women are brilliant business. Kya hota tha, when you'd go out and raise money here, people looked at women and they'd be like, why are you doing this? Is this an empowerment thing? Is it an NGO thing? And weirdly enough, it's shown that women return more money on the dollar as men, as opposed to men, if they're running bigger companies. And so for us, it almost became like a thesis that we wanted to prove. So I started She Capital in 2019, leaving Maidala, which I had grown to about 120 crores in revenue. I started She Capital in 2019. We called our first close in 2020. And it's a 100 crore fund. We're still raising for the fund. From various family offices and here and there. But we are actively deploying. As a matter of fact, I'm really happy to announce, we just announced that Clovia, we exited to Reliance. It was announced 2 days ago for 950 crores. So Clovia as a group got bought out by Reliance. And so for us, that was a real big win that we came through with, basically. And so that's it. I think we've already gotten to the stage where we're proving that women are, just brilliant. My request to you all would be, not just the women, and I see actually a brilliant mix of guys or men on this, audience, is if you are consulting with businesses, have the woman speak up a little more when it comes to finances. I don't know, because we see this hesitation all the time when women come to raise as opposed to males. And I'm talking, it could be Series A, B, whether they're going for private equity funding or whatever. You'll see the woman be a little more hesitant than the guy. And so my only request is, when you're going to do that and there's a woman on the table, make sure that she talks about the funding and everything as well. So that's pretty much it. I would love to get some questions. This is just a short summary. I can't, for the life of me, ever since Zoom has started, it has been the bane of my existence, because I'm not used to talking to a screen with no interaction. I'm one of those people. So if there's any questions, I'd love to answer around the Indian market, what's going on, anything. Otherwise, that's broadly it and pretty much it.
So to break the bias, let me be the first one to ask the question.
Lovely. I love
Great.
that.
So you talked about women entrepreneurship. When you started off, now I'm sure you would have followed us since the morning till now with all the speakers who have come on board, and you are being one of them in the same league. One common theme that runs with all the people's mind, especially the new startups or the first-time entrepreneurs, is where do you decide that you want to become an entrepreneur? That's part one of my question. Part two, once that you have decided, how do you go about moving from that idea to actual implementation? Because today's world is both digital and you need funding. Since you happen to fit that bill completely right, I'm sure you will be the best person to guide everybody. And the women in the house, women in the industry, women leading businesses would always want to know more so that they can excel and go to the next level.
Thank you. I actually didn't follow you through the morning because I had media interviews for Clovia, but and I apologize for that. But I will tell you, there is no certain. I say this everywhere, and I'm going to say this now. If you are choosing to do a startup or start out on your own, there is no better time as a female entrepreneur than now. I can't explain to you. When we started in 2009 and 2005, there was nobody at that point. It was, you barely saw women in the tech space. But at 2009, there was not enough infra out there that was working in your favor, right? Right now is just such a brilliant time. We're at that particular brink in the chasm where we've almost crossed it, right? So if you're starting out right now, look at there's incubators, there's accelerators, all catering to women. The government is putting so much funding towards women. Suddenly there's this whole cry about gender that is coming up. And there's many a slip between the cup and the lip in terms of actually it translating into dollars, but it's happening. And suddenly you're seeing all these like Falguni of Nika, and there are so many other brilliant women entrepreneurs that have gone to unicorn status or are this year. So I think this is a brilliant, brilliant time to be starting out. I do think, though, it's a personal choice. I always tell people, don't start something for the heck of starting it. Have a solid idea, or you be solving a problem that no one else has looked at. And then once you know that for a fact, then just go for it. Because if you don't do it, then trust me, there are 100 other people thinking the same thing at the same point. And, one thing that I find fascinating, and this is about us Indians, I worked in India and I've worked in the US, all right? I love the Indian community for the fact that we're such a tightly knit community that you will always have a roof over your head. What's the worst? You've got to ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen? I met female entrepreneurs in the US that were single moms living out of the store that they were setting up, all this stuff, right? And they just take that leap of faith. In India, we don't have that problem. We have friends, we have family that treat you like there is no way. If you got to start something, now is the time to do it, because it's just the perfect time. So that shouldn't be an excuse. With women, though, we tend to take it a little further and we overthink it. What is my chachi gonna think, what's my masi gonna think, and all that. So I think now's the time to just kind of put that aside and think about yourself. I always tell all my female friends, people I advise, everything, just put yourself a little in front, and then think about other things, your kids and everybody. You have your own life, and you got to live that.
You said that a woman, you said that women are the best, to be as an entrepreneur. So what are exact qualities you see that that makes them better entrepreneurs? As you said, what are those qualities in women which you think that they should pursue more, or they should work on more to be a better entrepreneur?
Well, I don't think women are the best. I think diverse, and I want to clarify this. I think even though I run She Capital, I think diverse teams are the best, okay? That have a great mix of just guys and girls, men and women working together. I think that perspective is needed. At Maidala, I had 2 male co-founders. I led it, and they were very comfortable with me having do that. And so I think it worked out brilliantly for us. I think the balance that I see, and I'll tell you more, Sharmila, what I'm seeing in terms of now that I have so many women pitching to me, what is the difference I see? And I wish I had known this when I was sitting on the founder side of the table or the entrepreneur side of the table. When women come, right, and present the business to you, their projections of where the growth is always so humble, okay, as opposed to a guy who will show you the big picture, right? And at that point, I used to think, wait, I'm just being very realistic. And now I realize when I sit on this side of the table, investors don't want to see realistic. They want to see the best case scenario. They want to see the bigger picture. So now I tell, we have female entrepreneurs present, and I say, but you could be overshooting this by 20 crores. Why are you not putting that? And she's like, no, we want to keep it, conservative. That conservative is what is causing a little bit of an issue of even the valuations being a little suppressed for some of the female founded companies as opposed to male founded companies. So my request to anybody is really, really understand, know your numbers and talk about them confidently, but also know you've got to talk about the bigger picture. One thing I believe is you've got to be a great salesperson. This is whether you're a CA, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a whatever, one talent we all need to work on. And I've not been great at it. I've constantly worked at it, is the ability to sell and work on your story. No matter what your story is, just be able to constantly talk about it, and the ability to sell yourself or your company, or, just be more vocal and rehearse it and talk to your, advisors if you need to.
I'll take that question further. Since you are now funding many entrepreneurs, I'm sure you would see a lot of them having repeat or similar ideas. What or how do you say that you would want to invest in A versus B? Or what is the differentiator or the USP or the unique selling proposition that you would look forward to as an entrepreneur? Because I'm sure hearing you speak, CAs from Bahrain and many others would want to start entrepreneurship businesses, and they'll come to you for funding. So how do you differentiate between them?
First, you all get me funding, then I'll tell. No, I'm kidding. But I'll tell you, I think at the stage we invest in, right, there's, for the longest period, the founder is the most important thing. And you broadly can tell your own kind, right? These are people who have grit. Entrepreneurship now, especially in the startup world, has become so cool. Everybody used to look up and want to be like, the cricketers, or Shah Rukh Khan and, Salman Khan. Now everybody wants to be the next Vijay Shekhar, Sachin Bansal, all these guys. That's what they want to be, right? So it's suddenly become the coolest thing, especially after Shark Tank has come about. So I think you realize the people who are there for the long run, and they realize this is going to be very hard, and they are ready to do anything to make it work. And it was broadly, I'll tell you this, especially on Clovia. I met them, I think it was 20 minutes into the meeting. And I was very sure I would be funding this team, because they just came out of sheer grit. And you could tell that they were going to make this happen. Of course, it has to go to IC and all those other things. But I really, truly hope that we could make this happen. And so I think it's more so the grit.
Okay, so Anisha, we have one question from audience. This is just related to the question you just answered. So it is when you take up funds from public, I just heard that Madala is investing in the funds. So I would like you to elaborate on this more, that how do you then manage their returns expectations versus growing the business? At what stage do you decide to cut down on the growth and give back to investors?
Well, I hope that we keep constantly giving, we don't take it back. But I will tell you, so there are scenarios, right? Like COVID, one of our portfolio companies had a really rough time. And so we don't cut our losses and take it back. That's not how we work. We're actually equity holders in the company. So we're in it with the company for thick or thin. But what we did do was we really went down in the trenches and we really reworked the business model to see how could we get more revenue in this, god awful COVID time. And we actually not just did a turnaround, they're actually just closing out their round, which is a huge round for them. So I think coming from the founder background anyway, I'm pretty much founder friendly, and I think all my portfolio companies understand that. I think that's the reason that they joined us as well. So we don't like to cut our losses as much as we can, and we want to, when we say we're joining you and we're going to be with you, we mean that forever, as much as you want us there.
Thank you. Another question is, different entrepreneurs have different areas they want to do business. How do you manage to mentor such a varied set of students?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes, yeah. So the question is, different entrepreneurs have different areas they want to do business in. How do you manage to mentor such varied set of students? Like there are some students who want to understand more about the businesses. So if you can elaborate more on the.
Yeah, well, it's the same with our fund, right? We invest in consumer tech because that's my background. As far as mentoring entrepreneurs, I have through varied field, but I think it's more so around being an entrepreneur and having what does it take to go in front of an investor, all that, because that's where I've come from. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that you have to be for the same field. One of the things I always tell people who are looking for mentors and advisors is you don't have to find the next Vijay, Shekhar or whatever to advise you. There are many brilliant people. The idea is to find people who encourage you and take you through the next step. And advisors throughout your life will keep changing, but it's really about finding advisors who will just encourage you and push you to your best. Sorry, but I also see a couple of questions on the chat. So I'm just going to really quickly answer those unless you're taking them up otherwise.
Sure.
So I see one, which is where to find funds, incubator details and everything. Karthik, actually, you can just Google it. You will find it. But if you go to the She Capital website, we have a whole resource page which actually gives you all this. So one of the things of setting up this fund was not just to invest in female founders, but to actually make sure that we were the base where if female founders were going out, they found because we were only going to invest in 14 companies out of this fund. But we want to make sure we have a bigger and a deeper impact than that. And so if you go on the She Capital website, you'll find it, or email us and we'll tell you. There are brilliant schemes and incubators now for female entrepreneurs that are coming about in India, especially. Santosh, you had asked, how can you inform an entrepreneur that your idea is not a viable one? Have you faced this? Of course, we face it every day. And let me tell you, the first time we did this, it was the most, I till date had thought that hearing the no, because I had been sitting on that side of the table, would be the hardest. But actually it's telling the no that is the hardest now, because you realize that, that person is going to walk away disappointed. So we definitely make sure that we tell the founder, what we liked about their business. And the one thing that we do is, we've told all founders, we will not waste your time, because we know founders' time is precious. We do one quick meeting with them, which is a 20-minute Zoom call. And if we think we're interested, we take it forward. And we also actually tell them that it's not personal. We've done actually a lot of sessions on this as well, that it's not personal. It just doesn't fit our mandate or criteria at that particular point in time. And I think founders now broadly get that.
Anisha, we have one more question that we can say we have quite a trend for startups going on in India or the world now. How do we ensure our venture does not get categorized into a certain type and instead stand out from the crowd?
Well, the best thing to do would be not to start a Me Too business. I think you need to start something, not just because it's trendy and everybody is doing it. At one point, there used to be e-commerce became very trendy. So everybody was doing e-commerce. When we started Maidala, after that, we had 52 companies doing the same thing that we were doing. So obviously, if you're just doing something because it's a trend, you're going to find yourself on the back foot. I think the idea is to actually see a need and try and solve that. And I can't explain that better, or disrupt the system as it is, to either save time or money. And if you do either of those things, you'll find yourself broadly successful, because either solving a need or finding an idea that disrupts technology, time, need, money, you'll find yourself just anywhere. If you're doing Me Too models, I hope you're the most credible team that exists for that to happen.
Thank you. And the next question is, how have you seen entrepreneurs in USA scale operations and resources vis-a-vis those in India? We know you are from, you have studied in USA, so that's why.
I think the challenge is that at least women entrepreneurs, and I'm more familiar with the women entrepreneurial territory in both spaces, because in the US especially, I worked with more women entrepreneurs. I think the challenges faced by women entrepreneurs are broadly the same. I'll tell you this, what I find heartening about India right now, and which is why I'm such a big champion of women entrepreneurs in India. And I think this is just a great time. When I started in 2009, I thought we were pretty, sharp. I now feel like, how dumb were we? Now when you meet women entrepreneurs, they're on top of their game. They understand these are the things that have to go on a term sheet. These are the things I'm ready to settle on. These are the things I don't want to negotiate on. And so I love that women have gotten to that point where they've slowly not just found their voice. They're like actually standing up for themselves and saying, boss, this is it. I'm not going to do more than this. You want to invest in my company, invest. And this had happened in the US, I think about 2-3 years ago. We're seeing that happen now in India, which I love.
Great. One more question. I also wanted to ask this question. So the idea of gender equality for most people is to let women do what they are passionate about, but does not extend to sharing their responsibilities at home or towards families. How do you find most women entrepreneurs tackle this issue?
This is a tough one, no? It is tough for all of us. I'll tell you this. I say this because I've been on that side. I think it takes any successful entrepreneur. I'm not talking about a female or male. It takes an entire village, they say, to raise a child. For any successful entrepreneur to be successful, there's a great team behind you, but there's a great family that is standing behind you, okay? I've been fortunate enough that I have such a brilliant, supportive family, okay? And you will see that most women entrepreneurs that you talk to have their life force coming from their family. And I think we're at the helm where I'm seeing so many, when we talk about breaking the bias, right? We're not talking about breaking the bias with women. These are guys who are on the forefront. She Capital did not start with just me. She Capital has started because there are a lot of guys, which is a VC dominated community, believes in this. Just yesterday I met a friend who runs $1 billion fund, and he's one of the biggest champions of She Capital. So I love the fact that exists. How do we tackle this issue at home? I think it's time to sit down if your other one is not that supportive, and tell them that you've been supportive, and kind of just place that out there. You'd be surprised how kids are just amazing about it. They're actually more supportive than anyone else.
Yes, agree, totally agree. I had read about you that you love traveling a lot, but you are a multitasker and you are doing a lot of activities, and you are a business entrepreneur. How do you manage to get time for your travel or even other hobbies?
I don't have hobbies any longer or whatever. No, that's not true. I run, but I have to get up really early in the morning because I like running. It's almost meditative to me. So I get up really early in the morning to run. Apart from that, you just do stuff. It's like entrepreneurship. You've got to put your foot down. And I actually find that I'm a better person to deal with when I've had time out with my kids on a vacation. So we'll take these mini vacations all the time. Or I'm a better person because I run every morning, because I'm calmer, and all that energy. I've been thinking through a lot of stuff. So it's just exactly what I said earlier. You learn to put yourself a little forward, as opposed to saying, no, this one comes first, that one comes first, and you just do it, I guess. One key thing I always do is, I don't understand people who work on the plane. I just don't get it. I mean, when I get on the plane, the Kindle is out or Netflix that's my time. I don't want to be, so I can't do any work. That's my time, literally, because I don't have anyone, sitting next to me. So it's fun.
Yeah, because if we are into business, we are the owners and we are the risk takers. So that's why we have to take care of everything, not like a job that we will just apply for the vacation and we will go. So that's why this question was bothering me as well.
Yeah, well, you please take time off. It makes you a better entrepreneur, better boss, everything. You'll as long as you're calm, your team will be calm. And I actually tell the team all the time as well, please take the vacation that is due, because if your family is happy, you'll be happy. And then of course, you're going to give me your best output.
Yes, of course. Okay, we have one more question. Being on the top of an enterprise means having both genders working for you. While women reporting to you may find it inspiring, the men may be more reluctant to follow a female leader. Do you face much issues in this area?
No, not at all. I've actually seen, interestingly, actually my biggest champions in my Dala and my founding team, a lot of them were guys, and they've stuck by me even now. If I call them at 2 a.m. and say, "Mujhe ye chahiye, please, can you help me out?" And I'm, now I'm doing She Capital more actively. There is just, it's amazing the support I have, or the respect I get from my team. I don't think this. Yes, was it hard when I started out? Absolutely. We all have to earn our respect. But no, I haven't faced this for a long time. Maybe I'm just old, so I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, so our audience has asked all of the questions, I think, almost.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all these amazing questions, and thank you so much. I see such a, it's so nice to see such a healthy mix of an audience. Usually you see only males or only females. This is just brilliant. So thank you. It's just been great. And if there are any questions, anything, please, just connect with me. I'm on LinkedIn or anisha@shecapital.vc, and would be happy to be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you for being there. You are wonderful.
Thank you. Then thank you for inviting me. All right. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Session. Thanks.
Now I shall call upon CA Deepa Shetty, who will take us through next session. She is working with SEL Middle East and is a sports and dance enthusiastic. Stay tuned. Over to you, CA Deepa.
Thank you, CA Varsha. Ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant afternoon to you all. It is rightly said that the only worst thing than starting something and failing is not starting something at all. Many people have ideas, but only a few decide to do something about them now. Not tomorrow, not next week, but today. This is the era of startups, and nobody wants to be left behind. Along with startups comes the billion-dollar dream. But Is a startup really worth $1 billion? How do we value startups? What are the crucial factors in determining the value of startups? What are the reliable methods in valuation of startups? To address these questions today, we have amongst us a distinguished speaker, CA Anjana Vivek. To know more about her achievements, we have a short clip. Can we have the AV, please?
CA Anjana Vivek, Independent Consultant. Anjana Vivek, fellow member of ICAI, has over 35 years work experience. She has held multiple positions, including inter alia full-time faculty at IIM Bangalore, leadership roles in 2 of the Big 4 global consulting firms, entrepreneur, angel investor, board member, advisor, and mentor. She is currently an independent consultant and serves on the advisory board of startups. She founded Venture Bean Consulting, a boutique consulting venture which rapidly built a name for its unique approach to business consulting and corporate advisory services. She has co-authored a chapter in the book Indian Women in Leadership, published by Palgrave Macmillan. She has been an independent director and has held positions in committees of IIM Bangalore, ICAI, Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Karnataka State Chartered Accountants Association, among others. CA Anjana Vivek.
Valuation is the key to decision making. So, to enlighten us with the art and science of startup valuation, we have with us CA Anjana. Over to you, ma'am.
Good day, all. Yeah, I'm just recovering from a slight cough, and the weather is cold here, so you must excuse me. I guess I have probably one of the senior most speakers here. I'm a grandmother now and at a different phase in life, so it's wonderful to keep connected with my subject and speak to all of you on valuation, because this is something which I have spoken on for 30 hours and taught, and I can speak about it. It's something which fascinates everybody. So I will put on my presentation, and just give me a minute. My presentation is there, and I guess I have the slide share option here. Let me just figure out how to.
You'll have to click on share screen.
Yes, but I'm trying to see how to get the share screen. I'm not able. Yeah, share screen is here. Let me put on this. Yes, yes.
And then you'll have your presentation, which will be on your background.
Yes, I'm just getting to that. Yeah, share screen is right here. Okay, let me get that on. Oops.
Click on the presentation.
It's saying privacy now. Oh, I'm so sorry. Why is the privacy suddenly kicking in? So it has to say, for some reason it's not getting in. Yes, entire screen. Share, it's not sharing.
If you would need, if you're not comfortable with that, we can have somebody here who has a presentation can share it for you.
Yeah, I think so. I think this has suddenly got into some privacy change for some reason. The computer is not unlocking. Okay. Yeah.
No problem, ma'am. We can share it from our end.
Well, technology sometimes, can lag. So in the meanwhile, let me see if just once more I'll try, and it didn't work, right?
No.
Give us just a minute to get it on. Just one moment.
Yeah, I think I'm getting it. It's coming now. You can also try in the meanwhile. Yes.
It's okay.
For some reason.
That's okay, ma'am. We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, it'll work out. It keeps stopping at some stage. It goes to the next level and stops. Okay. Okay, let me just go ahead and not take up time with the others. So yeah, a couple of, till you're getting the screen up. So there are a few things which are very important to understand in startup valuation. Just like, you look at the stock market itself, right? Nobody understands valuation. It seems sometimes like a gamble. And, everybody looks at Warren Buffett as the classic investor who talks of long term. But there's the difference in startups. So it's not long term. So, typically, why are you looking at investment and valuation? In a startup, it could be about ESOPs, it could be about an angel investor, or like you had somebody from, talking about funding, crowdfunding. So typically, you're looking at, yeah, this is good. Funding from an investor. And when investors look at valuation, they want to, typically, it's a financial investment for them, and they will want to exit in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, right? 10 years is too long a period, but typically it's 5 to 7 years. Yeah, you can go to the next one. So I'm going to talk about some of the methods and focus and process of valuation and give you a few examples. Next, please. And, you can actually skip straight to the next few slides. Yeah. And yes. So stop at this slide. Yeah. I have put a lot of slides. There are more slides than required for a presentation, but typically you can view it like notes and for a reference. So like I said, when we look at startup valuation, it is not something we look at for lifetime. It is typically at a point in time, and also something we look at, say, 3 years or 5 years from now, from an exit point of view, from an investor point of view. So the investor comes in at, say, 10 and would look at a multiple of, say, the 10 has to become maybe 50 or 100. And of course, if they're lucky and if it's, one of those unicorns, the 10 becomes 1,000, can become 1,000 and much more. And these are very rare. So when an investor or you look at valuation from an investment point of view, you're looking to see how the 10, maybe let's say put a 5-year number, in 5 years can become 50, right? The 10 number, $10 or 10 rupees or whatever you have, right? You're looking at a $10 becoming equivalent to a $50. So if I invest $100, I want that investment to become $500. So that's how I approach valuation as an investor and as an entrepreneur. So what does that mean? And we'll look at some of that. How do you actually create that multiple? So is valuation just a number? It's just one element, because typically there are so many factors which impact valuation. It is, negotiation also. And many times the entrepreneurs who are good in negotiation can get much better deals. Typically what happens is, if it's not a seasoned entrepreneur, somebody who's not used to negotiation, somebody who comes from the tech or non-business domain, can very often give in to a professional investor who will understand the math game and, the negotiation techniques. And so just like salary negotiation, we say, right, some folks are good at it, some folks are not good at negotiation in the salary. The same thing with startups. And entrepreneurs many times don't get the valuation they could deserve because an investor may be good at negotiation or understand the industry better, and that makes a big difference. So entrepreneurs need to prepare, and anybody who's trying to sell on the sell side. But at the same time, contra, we can have a situation where an entrepreneur or a business is in a hot domain which is rapidly growing, and then there are too many investors, and then the price gets pushed up. So value is not necessarily price, and as I'm sure most chartered accountants will appreciate the difference. So if one is looking at valuation as an entrepreneur, as a startup, as an early stage venture, one looks at building up this, and there are terms and conditions which can also impact the valuation. For example, there is somebody who says, I want 2 board seats. And I've known deals to fall through on this, right? Somebody wanted 2 board positions because they said, we want X amount of percentage of the company, and the deal fell through on that. So valuation is also tied into all the deal terms, because somebody didn't want to give away a board seat. Somebody didn't want to give away 2 board seats. They said, we can manage 1, you can be on the board observing, but we don't want to give you a board position, because then you have an option to say no when we want to go ahead with certain things. And so you need to understand that in a startup, there are so many issues involved. So it's not just the number, which is very critical, but that gets, kind of brushed over. And the value number is what remains in people's minds, because that's how the human mind is, right? A child, for example, is judged by his or her marks in school or in college, not necessarily by the other abilities. And that's what happens in valuation. And if we can proceed to the next. Yes. Can we go to the next slide? So I want to talk briefly about the methods. And here is just a quick example for you to get a sense of how the market method is used, right? So the most important method in valuation for startups is to understand what's happening in the current market. And typically we have parameters which may be used. It could be like a multiple of sales. It could be a multiple of EBITDA. In this example, I've shown, basically sales and EBITDA and free cash flows, right? So we've taken 3 sample companies, and typically this is what happens. You take 3 sample companies or 5 sample companies, and this is the difficulty, of course. How do you get sample companies? One has to ask around. I mean, even last week I got asked by somebody, whom I'm mentoring, saying, how do I pick up these sample companies? I said, just ask around in your industry, what is happening. And of course, we investors will communicate with each other. So as chartered accountants and professionals, you will have a network whom you can ask. So you just have to tap them and ask and find out what could be a possible multiple. And then, of course, there are media reports and, other articles and reports which are available on payment, which will give you some sense of valuation, and the multiples which are in the industry. And today, these are much more easier to get than others. So in this example, for here we have taken an average and then tried to apply the average. And so the valuation works out to between 238 to 240 crores, right? If you can go to the next example. I just try to give very simple, numbers so that people can get a sense of it. And in this, if you go to the next slide, you will see that the application is not possible, because the valuation is ranging from 175 to 540, almost 3 times, right? The numbers. So there is a wide range. So either we go back to the drawing table and say either our numbers are wrong, or the multiples, something is wrong. Either one of the companies, right? Either paper or document or print is not an appropriate company, or one of the methods is not right, or we have to restart, or maybe we'll relook at the whole thing and drop one of the methods, right? So that's how you do the initial groundwork, trying to understand what could be a possible valuation method. And if we can go to the next example. Next slide, please. So this is something you can skip. I've left it more for people to view later. It's a view option, and so those of you who get the slides can look at it. So when we look at classic valuation methods, right, as professionals and chartered accountants, we look at typically saying a cost-based method or an income-based method or a market-based method. And the market-based method is the one which is what I have been talking about, and giving you the examples of. And that's the one which is most relevant. Though, of course, the cash flow method becomes very important to understand from a regulatory point of view. Many times, regulations ask you to and insist that one of the methods should be cash flow based. And so that becomes also important to know how you look at it. And I'll get a little bit more into this. And I will also share some examples of how these valuation methods are being applied in startups. Yeah, you can come to the next one. So this is again more for academic interest, right? We do want to look at valuation and saying there's a book value, there's a replacement value, there's a liquidation value, etc. And these again become important to understand from a regulatory perspective in cross-border transactions, etc. Sometimes to arrive at a base value and from a taxation point of view. Yes, please, the next one. And income-based methods, again, I'd like to highlight the discounted cash flow method, which is something which, is like a base method, which everybody looks at. And the next one, please. The next one. Yeah, so this is the cash flow. You discount the cash flow, right, over a period of time, which is the number of years, and there's a discount rate which you take. And this is one thing, the discount rate for startups is taken as much higher. So the discount rate is linked to the risk factor, right? So typically that's why there is a discount rate. So risk versus reward we talk of. And so in a startup, we expect a very high reward and there's a very high risk. So I have seen discount rates of 20% or 50% also in the cash flow. And it may seem very high and to somebody who's not looked at startup valuation, but this is typically done, like I said, to discount for the risk factor, which is very high. But if you can come to the next one. So the market-based method, I'd be spending some time on this and take you through some examples. I have about 6 or 7 examples of startups and how the valuation has worked out for them, right? So the market-based method is also the relative method. And, just like we look at apartments, right, or plots of land, we talk of, depending on the amount of the area, it is based on the area and it's based on the location and it's based on maybe which city, which district, which country, right? So there is a rate, but unlike in a real estate, in startups, it's very difficult to find out what's the rate per, like we talk of sometimes rate per person. So there was a time when, in biotech companies in Europe, people were valuing it. And I just like people to hazard a guess and say what, they think it could be. It turned out to be number of PhDs. So, like we talk of at some point, revenue per user, right? And we talk of in the e-commerce, when they started out, we talked of gross multiple based on the revenue, gross revenue, right? GMV. And so, we have the classic methods, of course, that's EBITDA, that's your earnings before depreciation, tax, amortization, or your profit after tax, your book value. And I gave you some examples of revenue per user, margin per user, right? Margin per unit of product sold. So different times, different multiples are popular. And then you adjust with discounts or you give a premium. So for example, if in a company, the revenue per user is, say, X, you may, or say 100, you may decide to discount it in your startup. I mean, if you find, like I showed you the other examples, right? The average industry revenue, let's say revenue per user is 100. You may decide that in your company, because it's a startup, you're at a disadvantage because you have less number of people. You're still not such a recognized brand. And so you may say that the discount is 80, right? So, and this is where judgment is used, and this is where the negotiation, and there is objectivity also and subjectivity. So people think there's a math because it's 100, but how do you decide? Is it 80 or is it 75 or is it 90? And that depends on multiple factors. People try to assign it and say, like I said, parameters of discount. If you're saying there aren't too many, one could be liquidity discount. So a larger corporate can be easier traded. So there's a liquidity discount because there's a startup and not too many people will buy your shares, right? And there is a risk factor because the employees are less. There is a risk factor because of the brand. So you can put 5-6 elements saying liquidity, brand, perception, people related, team related, because you don't have such a big team. So you can say a 5% for something, and for branding a 10%. And so you can come down and say, okay, there's a 75% discount. So if you're saying 100 is the revenue per user for us, that's the multiple. And so we are going to discount it and say 75, right? So that's broadly how the relative method works. Or you can even say, if you want to give a premium, in a situation where there's a new technology, right? There's a wonderful technology which you've come up with and which is going to give you a lead and can help you penetrate the market. Then you can say there is a 10% premium because of this technology we are using. And if it was a larger company and a bigger brand, it would be a 30% premium, say. And I'm just throwing some numbers here so people can get a sense of how the math works with subjectivity and objectivity, right? So there are these quality parameters. We can say like quality of revenue. Like I said, the quality of revenue can be seen as high because there is a new technology we are using. So that quality can give a percentage premium of 10% to the market standard. The market standard again is subject to so many things, right? Yes. So this is a good slide you've come to. Thank you. And so the limitations are in getting data, and that's what I was talking about, right? And unlisted companies and easy to misuse. And that's the point I was trying to make. How do you decide it's 100, right? I started with a base number of saying 100 revenue per user. How do you get the 100? It's based on an average, and you can misuse that and get an average based on the companies you select, or use it, in a different way. Be creative there. So errors also get factored in. Yes, please. The next one. So there are some more examples, and the links are available. When you go to the view option, you will be able to see the links. Yes, next one. The first one, in fact, is a 25-page note on valuation, which is available, and I think it's downloadable freely. So I had also written, and like I said, I've taught on valuation. I've written a book on co-written a book on valuation too. So there are some notes for general reference and more math and numbers for those who are interested. Yes, please, the next one. And this is what I think may be of more interest to a lot of viewers, to understand how in practice valuation can work. Yes, please, the next one. So this is the key. It's something like, you can look at an equation, right? Not a math equation, but a word equation here. So in a startup, so you have two sides of the equation, right? On the one side, you have an investor, and on the other side, you have the entrepreneur or the venture. So the venture is, unlike a large corporate, in a startup, the venture is so closely associated with the entrepreneur, because in the beginning, the entrepreneur is the startup. It could be a one-person scenario. And as you go through, you get more persons and becomes a corporate. So in the beginning, the entrepreneur does not want to give up too much stake. So there is something called a percentage they are willing to give up. Right. So, and there is something called a cash burn. And I guess most professionals may understand what is cash burn. It's the amount of money they need to spend every month. So it could be equivalent to the basic salaries, the basic product development cost, the basic, stock cost. So if there's a product being sold, right, how much money do you need to produce X amount? So there is multiple cash burn. And if you have rental, of course, many times now people are working from home and working with a small setup, so there's not high rental. But again, you may need to have a factory, and then what's the cash burn, right? So there's a minimum. And we talk of different scenarios, especially in a startup. How do you understand what is a financial forecast, right, when things are so uncertain? So in a startup, the financial forecast, the spreadsheet is built up with scenario analysis as well as sensitivity, right? For those, I know as professionals and chartered accountants, you may understand this, but I just like to emphasize the scenario here. We don't talk of a classic scenario only of optimistic, pessimistic, and expected scenario, but we also talk of scenarios with less money, right? That's a bootstrap model. So if I don't get my funding, then what's my growth going to be? If I get a lot of money, I'm looking for say 5 million funding for this round, If I get 5 million, how will I spend? What's going to be my cash burn? Obviously, it'll be more. I'll spend more on branding, marketing, right? Sales and marketing. And so that's one aspect of the cash burn and the scenario. And the sensitivity is, for example, fuel prices. We all know in the last few weeks itself, the fuel prices have been fluctuating so much and are expected to fluctuate. So what happens if the fuel prices really go up to my industry, right? What happens if they come down? Practically every industry is affected. And so that builds in your scenario analysis with sensitivity. And so, to give you an example, one of the leading IT companies in India, among the top 3, when they were starting up, and I've been told this by somebody who was working with the founders and in the strategy, they actually did some 20 days, they tried to rework the number of hours of working and the impact with weekend working. And they did some 20 spreadsheets just to understand the impact of that scenario of working, a number of hours of working on the impact on the business. So, entrepreneurs do go through multiple spreadsheets to understand and get a sense of where the business could head, right? And the second key in a startup is how much stake is the promoter willing to give up? So am I willing to give up 50% of my company? Am I willing to give up only 10%? And, there was a recent press report about the Flipkart founder. In Flipkart, he gave up a lot of stake, though he made a lot of money. And in the next business he's having, he's not giving up much stake. So you can actually look this up, if you're interested. So it is sometimes a necessity to give up a lot more than they would want to. And then, of course, factors from the investor side saying, what is the value the investor is going to bring, right? So if you have a very well-known, if you're in a particular technology domain, say supply chain, and there is a very well-known expert in the supply chain in the academics, right, who's also sitting on some industry bodies. If you get him to sign up and be an advisor to your board, then you may be willing to give him a percentage. So then the value, so you may say, I'll give you, and I've seen this, people have paid advisors, okay, when I'm saying I've seen this, you must give me a lifetime of, like you've seen, I've 35 years as a chartered accountant. So some of these may seem like history to you. It may not be applicable today. I'm talking of how the whole thing has evolved also over time. I've seen somebody demanding 10%, okay, a potential board member demanding 10%, and it's been given. Of course, there are cases when it's not been given. I have seen 1%. I have seen 1 share. I've seen 12 shares being given, right? Like a dozen number of shares. So then, value, then you have to work backwards and say, okay, 1 share is worth how much, right? And expected funds, this is important, the second point, the expected funds to be raised in future rounds. I will park this now and I'll come back to it. This is a very, very important thing, which is essential for anybody who's looking at startup valuation to understand and factor in. Yes, please, the next slide. Yeah, it will help if you can articulate and list this. Yes, next, please. This is the slide I was talking about. I said I'll park it. I don't know how visible it is on your screens. Please go back to it later. I mean, this was the maximum I could do. So here, what we're talking about, I just give you a quick brief. You don't need to look at the numbers. The company starts with a 10 lakh investment by the entrepreneurs. 2 entrepreneurs start with a 10 lakh. Yes, thank you for that. And so it's stage 1, and this goes on to raise in stage 5 a 60 crore. It exits at 60 crores, and so that is in year 6, right? So before that, it has the money which has been raised is 10 lakhs from the entrepreneurs plus a 10 lakh plus a 1 crore plus a 5 crores. So you can look at it totally as little over 6 crores, 6.2 crores of money, rupees. I'm talking in rupees here. I know we have a global audience. So, this is the one of the currencies which we are talking of. And when we talk of 6.2 crores, then finally the money on exit has actually gone to 60 crores, 10 times almost, right? So you can look at the return to each person. Now, when the angel fund came in, so that's the critical part. When the investor came in, they gave in 10 lakhs and they have taken something like 4% of the company. And they have got 14 times in 5 years. So this typically, when an entrepreneur looks at giving a share to an investor, they have to think through the whole thing and say, what do I want to do? First of all, what is my exit plan? I'm thinking of exiting in 5 years, maybe IPO, or am I thinking of buyback? And like I was telling you, I had this talk, I was mentoring somebody last week, and they were talking of exiting, buyback. They wanted they're in the artificial intelligence space, and they said they're looking at somebody buying them back, buying them out. So they're looking at an exit, not an IPO. Whereas somebody else I've talked to there, she's talking of an IPO, right? And in both cases, there were women entrepreneurs also involved. In one case, solo woman entrepreneur who wants to go IPO, right? So it's very important to understand this is not standard and it is driven by the entrepreneur's thinking, right? So these are the finer nuances of startups which you have to factor in, saying what does the entrepreneur want to do? And of course, we must understand that the reality and what you want may not be what you get. And it's a future we are envisaging. But, that's the point. You have to envisage a future because entrepreneurs have to push themselves to think of the exit, because the investor is looking at exit. The investor is coming in purely from an exit point of view. The investor is saying, I want to put in 10 and get 50 in 5 years. How can that happen? Okay, you're talking of exit. Who are the people who can exit? For example, a Flipkart would have thought of Walmart, or would have thought of, at that point, maybe Amazon itself buying it out, right? Who are the people who are coming to India to look at e-commerce and buy out startups? I'm just using a few examples which most people may understand, right? Walmart finally bought out the Flipkart company, which was funded by investors, right? So typically it happened in that case, but there are many cases where it doesn't happen. So that's the other difference from an investor point of view. They know that, out of 10 companies they invest in, maybe 1 or 2, if they're lucky, will become the unicorns. Many of them may not become the unicorns. Many of them may just give them zero return or minus, right? So this is the table which is most important, which is the difference in a startup as compared to a stock market valuation. You need to think of the various, the elements which you have to think to, just to summarize, are the various levels at which you need funding. So you can talk of Series A, Series B, multiple rounds of funding, as well as exit. So what is my total consumption? So basically what you have to do is think through the story of the startup from now till when you're going to exit. And at the story, think of what each stage, think of what is the money you need and what could be the possible valuation and what could be the percentage and dilution, which is a lot of, difficulty, which entrepreneurs sometimes don't want to do. But this is the reality, because investors will be doing this and push you down on the valuation, right? That's how it is, because they want to get the valuation lower so that they can get a higher multiple. Yeah, next one. Again, this is something for reading. Depends on which could be the right fit. The valuation also depends on the investor, right? Angel funds, like I said, private equity, venture capital will negotiate very hard. An informal angel group. So if you're looking at some friend of yours, many people, the friends may say, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, you're saying it's worth 5 million. Okay, let me invest at 5 million. They won't negotiate. But if it's a professional investor, they may say 5 million. No, there's no way I'm going to give it 5 million. I'll give you 3. I'll take it at 3 million. And you may agree because you want the professional, because you know the professional is going to take the 3 million to 20 million. Whereas the family money is just, or friend money is just money. It's not going to push you to the next level. It's just kind money and angel money, right? It's not professional money which pushes you. So there's a quality of money also and the quality of investor, right? So you need to look at these very differently. And so you can see the finer nuances in startup valuation. It's not just about the money, right? Yeah, next, please. So yeah, this is something I hope may be of interest to some of you, and to give you practical examples, right, of how equity percentage works. And like I said, some of these could be few years back, but it gives you a sense. So when you are looking at a startup valuation, if you're involved in it, if you are in a startup or if you're an investor, you need to really look at what is happening in the market today. And so the range, for example, these are illustrative. It could be 25 to, and here I'm talking in dollars, right? So the earlier example I talked about the rupees and crores. Now let's talk of $25,000 to $30,000 to take about 7.5% to 10% of the company equity, right? So these are incubators, and sometimes incubators give a dollar fund. They say they may incubate accelerator. I guess most people know what is an incubator. It is an organization, an institution, or a college which sets up and works with entrepreneurs. So it may take 10 companies and work with them to get them to the next stage. So they may say that any company which gets selected, we will take between 7 to 10% of the equity, and we will give you an investment for that. And so whether you're in the 7.5% or the 10% depends on your, that's the only scope for negotiation. The next one is, there was a stage when, there was, and we still have, right, groups of angel investors, like we have the Indian Angel Investment Group, the Harvard Angels, etc. So there are alumni of, groups, right? And TIE, for example, some of you may know about TIE, the Indus Entrepreneurs, where again, a lot of people who give back to entrepreneurship, they are investing. So these are groups of angel investors where they say we will give some money, and they're the money, they will take, they have said we will want between 25 to 30%, otherwise we cannot make a difference. And as a group, so they may be 5 investors, they may be 10 investors, they may be just 2 investors, but they may want 25 to 30%. And the money, the valuation can vary between 50K to even 200K, right? I've seen the variations. So again, it depends on the stage of the business. So if a business is just at the idea stage and they still have the proof, right? For example, one of the companies I'm on the board of, the product is being developed and it's still not yet gone to full sale, right? So at that stage, the valuation could be much lower than a company which is tested out and has had, say, 10 customers. Then the valuation is much higher. You can have a, like, say, $10 million valuation, whereas in a startup, it could be like $2 or $3 million valuation. So you need to get a sense of what is the number which is appropriate for that stage of business and that industry, right? Then, people who don't want to even get into that, they can say, like, say, I talked about family and friends round. So if a friend or college classmate of yours is coming and saying, I will invest in yours, you don't understand valuation, I don't want to negotiate with you or haggle with you because we are friends. I just believe that it's worth a risk. And if you lose it, fine. If you gain, fine, right? So that's the perspective. But give me, let's say if an investor comes in tomorrow and takes the share for 100, I will get it at 90. So you will convert at that stage. Right now, you take it as money which is parked in. And in the next 6 months, you're raising money, you give it to me at a discount. This is a bridge money. I'm giving it to you for you to meet that 6-month gap. Right? So these are ways in which startups can value. So it's not a number, but it's more a percentage of the company and the requirement at that stage. And the key to note here, as chartered accountants, you will understand that there is a regulatory aspect, right? There's a tax aspect. Many times the tax and regulatory aspects are not factored in, right? And it's not just at input stage, at exit. For example, the investor, if they think that 10 will become 50, and if out of the 50, they have to give away 30% or 40%, they've not made that. So they have to look at, is the 50 after tax or before tax and on exit, right? So those are many times missed out. Yeah, next slide, please. And these are other examples where there's mentoring and there's incubation. In the mentoring case, I think I was telling you that people have asked for 10%, 2% equity. So in one case, there was a 2% equity where the mentor was to meet once a month for half a day. In the second case, there was a food tech business. There was also, the mentor was supposed to help in fundraising. So there were two aspects to it. One was equity for the meetings and strategy advice, and one was for funding advice, which would be based on money raised. And every time I've been mentioning that statutory and tax issues have also to be factored, right? It's not just about giving equity. And in the third stage, there was an incubation by a tech company. So here, incubation by the company happens like this. There is a stipend, like, you know, like researchers are given a stipend and a fee. So it's almost like the entrepreneur as well as the tech company are jointly developing a product. So the entrepreneurs get a stipend. So in this case, entrepreneurs who don't want to risk everything or who don't have too much money, right? So supposing they have other commitments and they don't want to take every risk. So then they give away, like, so in this case, I've seen this happen. They've given away 48%, right? Whereas an entrepreneur who has the money and the luxury may only give away 5%. So it's being incubated. Next, please. So this is a very interesting case, right? And like I told you, I just want to share some insight and history. It was 2014. One of the key people in India who was on the advisory board here, and he's actually shared this with me. I've had the fortune of having some of these examples being shared with me as I was a teacher, and people have shared it and have understood that I will maintain the confidentiality. And more from an academic perspective, and I have camouflaged the numbers and the industry so that people don't come to know about what it is. So here what happened was a valuation round was closed. Just to summarize, you don't need to look at it, you can read it later. There was a valuation and investor A came into the company. Then somebody overseas heard about this and said they also wanted to participate. So they said, we will also come in, you please put your valuation number. And so they decided, and they didn't know what to ask. They said, okay, he wants to come in, he's the investor overseas, let's just put a random number. So they increased it by 20% arbitrarily. It just was thrown. And then, so one person got on the flight to talk to that investor and negotiate. And this was, of course, way before COVID, right? So when he was going on the flight, he said, I don't want to be just a courier and communicate as a messenger. I should also value add. And he just decided to up the price, not 20%, but he decided to more than double it. And so finally, the valuation in a few weeks, right, it went up from 10 to 15 million. Just because somebody decided to throw a number there and they agreed, right? And this actually happened. And this was what, when I was asking about what are the market multiples, this person who was giving me, I used to pick up the phone to ask for the market numbers. I used to talk to 5-6 people. And, in Bangalore, that's the hot spot. And I still do that. I pick up the phone and ask them what is the market multiple, and people will share it, right? Or they will give you some indication. They may not give the actual number because there are confidentiality reasons. So here this person said, this actually happened and you will be amazed at this story. And so I like to put this example to say, sometimes, valuation is really, not something which you can define or put a number or a math to. Right. Next, please. Excuse me. I hope you've been able to hear because my throat has not been its usual self. And if you have questions, any of you in the audience, please feel free to reach out to me. Sometimes I may take a day or two to respond, but I'm also on LinkedIn, and I'm happy. Like I said, I'm a teacher in addition to being a consultant, and I love to explain. So if anybody wants to understand more, anytime I'm available, if I could not do justice to it today. So here are a couple of other examples. So in the service business, somebody was told, and this was again a woman entrepreneur, she was asked by the investors, the first set of investors put money in and said, if we rebrand it and we reclassify it and say it's moving from this domain, and this was early days of technology, right? So move it from, say, education to, say, technology education. Your multiple can go from 3 to 5. And she did that, and they did get the next round at a higher multiple. Right? Excuse me. And in another company, they redid the business model. They outsourced some units. So the revenue and the margins increased. Revenue didn't increase, but the margins increased, the profit margins. So because of that, when there was a multiple of margins, they got a higher number. So, these are simple ways in which some startups re-look at themselves and rebuild and re-look at the business models. And of course, investor negotiation, how, I don't need to talk about this, but by not understanding and not being aware of the future rounds and how valuation works, entrepreneurs lose out sometimes, or those involved in the sell side can lose out, or the buy side too, right? If an angel investor is going in without understanding it, they can also get taken for a ride, right? Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not. Yeah. Okay. Next one, please. I think I'll have to actually, look at the time also. I was told that there's like 45 minutes. So probably I will wind up in a couple of minutes. So I'll just leave it at this, because in my examples, I've brought out the process, right? It's based on tangibles, data, as well as objectivity. Next one, please. So I will try to quickly wind up in a few minutes. Yeah, you can just skip these next few slides. Yeah. Next, please. Right. Just stop here. So deals can be structured, and I've talked about this, to link it to future performance and understand. So this is the key, which I have not mentioned this word before, the deal maker and deal breaker issues, right? I did bring it out saying one deal fell through because somebody wanted 2 board positions. So you need to understand valuation is also connected to these deal issues. Next, please. So process, yes, please stop here. So, typically you use more than one model, right? Not just the market model, you may use a cash flow as well as a market model. You need to understand current models and discount, etc. And the last 2 are very important. Identify what could be deal issues from negotiation, and practice. And one of my students, and this was when I was a professor at IIM Bangalore, I used to run this valuation game, like a workshop for 2 days. One of my students, she was an entrepreneur in a family business, and they were trying to sell one of the family business units. And after she had gone through my course, her father asked her to sit in and be part of the negotiation team. And, instead of getting X, they had put a target at saying X, they should get X crores. She got 20% more than that. And that was the impact of her practicing negotiation. And so the course really paid off. And for me, she came back to me and told me this, she said, I played the game, and, the game worked. So, that's where I want to, I keep highlighting, right? A lot of it is about negotiation and understanding the finer points and bringing it out. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. So when you are looking to sell, what is the range? What's the minimum and maximum you want to set as a price point? Yes, please. Next. I think you can skip all this and just come to the end. The summary, yes. So in summary, one has to build a financial model which captures it. And like I was saying, build multiple spreadsheets with various scenarios, and then prepare for the negotiation with deal issues, and as well as negotiation strategies, right? Who's going to negotiate? Are you going to be a hard negotiator, aggressive, or you're going to be passive? Is the lawyer going to be in, and is the chartered accountant going to be in and talk the numbers, or are you going to talk the numbers and just have the chartered accountant for support, and things like that, right? Multiple things are important. It's not just the number and the math. Yes, please, the next one. Yeah. And the caution is there could be hidden agendas, right? Some people are just trying to sell. Are they selling you something, or are you buying something which is not, in the due diligence, right? Understand the governance and ethics and reputation. So do your due diligence beforehand, both sides. Keep an eye on the law. Plan for the professionals, and plan for the long-term impact. So if you get in and say, I'm giving up 30% today, and you need to give up much more later, are you okay being left with just 5%, right? As an angel investor, are you okay with just getting 1%? Because it may just become 0.5% by the time you exit. And so with that, I'm leaving it open to Q&A or anything else if you want. Thank you so much for showing the screen well.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for a very informative session. It was very interesting. So we would like to take a couple of questions from our members. So the first question goes as, projection in valuation could be used by investors as a basis for expectation of future growth. In order to manage expectation, is it advised to always be prudent in all assumptions?
There, I think it may be a chartered accountant asking. Conservative, yes. Yeah, we are conservative. I know I have that same problem too. There are two ways in which that can work. If you're too prudent, you lose out on valuation today, right? So it's good. I think from the entrepreneur point of view, like I said, put multiple spreadsheets, right? As a professional, put multiple spreadsheets and understand what could be what you can lose out of the prudence. So rather than just talking general and say prudence and using words, put a number to that. If I'm prudent, is my 100 becoming 70? Is my 100 becoming 80? Right? And then, so that's one part of it. Nobody can decide for you, but it helps you decide the numbers, right? We can see much clearer when you have 10 numbers and 10 spreadsheets. You intuitively understand saying, 70 makes sense, 100 does not make sense, right? The second piece is assumptions will be questioned. So when you are prudent or not prudent, your underlying assumptions. For example, there was one spreadsheet where somebody said, in year 2, I will go to 4 cities. So on April 1st, they showed 4 cities. On March 31st, they had 1 city. Is it practically possible for a company to go from 1 city to 4 cities in one day? No, right? So the whole thing was dropped. So when you're putting your question on prudence, I'll push it a little bit and say, look at all these assumptions, right? And look at how much you want to go. And then you decide, are you okay with losing that money or not? And what could be the impact tomorrow? Yes, they will hold you to it. And so can you build in a clause? So usually what happens is entrepreneurs may build in a clause saying, if you don't touch the 100 sales, you'll have to give more shares, right? So you can say that. So you can build it into that saying, okay, if I've not done my 100 sales, if I do only 70, I will give you some 20 more shares or whatever, okay? 2% more equity. So instead of holding 20% of my company, you can hold 22% when it's 70, right? So there are ways in which you can work. Again, law, tax, please understand law and tax. Yeah.
Agreed, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time. And with this, we would like to move on to our further session.
Before we move on, I have a question, ma'am. Start with the end number in the mind, or we start with the present calculations and then move to the end number? So which comes first? As an entrepreneur, would you look at the valuation and the number in your mind and then make sure your assumptions validate it? Or you start off with the assumptions, build your number, and then say, hey, ye bahut kam hai, ye bahut zyada hai, and then you go about doing it? Which comes first?
So usually for the entrepreneur, it's a valuation number. That's not how it's supposed to be. But, I've even had that yesterday. So somebody was talking and I was having this discussion about, he was a former student at IIM Bangalore and he wanted his company valued and he's saying, I've already decided on this value, Of course, I don't do valuation. I have people who help out. And so I had referred him to somebody. And she was saying, what is this person? He says he wants this valuation and he's already decided a number. That's not how it works. So, but in reality, many entrepreneurs start with that. Yeah, they do want. And usually, from an investor point of view, that's how they start, right? When you look at exit valuation. I didn't show you that example, but they will say that I want it to be a unicorn. I want it to be a $50 million company in 5 years. So then if it has to be $50 million in 5 years, right? Then what is it going to be today to reach there? So you work backwards and then you have to fit it. Am I there or not there? What do I do to get there? Right? So that's how it works. I hope I've answered something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
move on to the
before we wind it up, I would just like to thank ma'am and let the audience know that it's being like from US at 7 o'clock in the morning. You are up there with
you can see me half
bad
asleep
throat as well.
I had to get up
address
early.
us here. And even though on a very technical topic, but not making it that very technical and making it so interesting for all of us. So thanks, ma'am, for just taking
I'd
that
like to
time
just share
and
one thing.
be with us
Yeah,
early
if you
morning
don't mind,
in
if you
that
can give me a
cold
minute.
season with your
So,
health being not so well.
Yeah, if you can just give me a minute, I'd like to share because this is a women's conference. I'm a grandmother. Okay, I have relocated now to the US to help out with my grandsons. I have twin grandsons who are going to be 3. So I'm now more grandmother and less professional, though I do some advisory and consulting. But that's the role in my life. And I wanted to share this because it's a women's conference, right? So I was very happy when you asked me to speak about professional topic because that is, that's a core of me as a woman. But I'm also a grandmother, not just a mother. I'm in the next generation taking care of my grandkids. So these are the roles we women have to play. But don't give up. I mean, I hope my session, if it had been a guy also speaking on valuation, it could not have been better, right? That's my belief because this is my space. So it's about being a human being and doing all the things we can do, right? And being happy about it and enjoying the journey. And God bless all of you. I think I'm senior enough to say that. And thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
To move on to the further session, I would like to call upon our member, CA Ria Bansali. CA Ria Bansali is an active member of the BCICAI and has served on the committee of the chapter. She is currently working with KPMG tax team and is pursuing her goal of yoga teaching for individuals and corporates. Over to you, Ria.
Thank you, CA Deepa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to begin with quoting an American filmmaker, Ava DuVernay. Ignore the glass ceiling and do your work. If you're focusing on the glass ceiling, focusing on what you don't have, focusing on the limitations, then you will be limited. It's with great pleasure that I'd like to introduce our next keynote speaker, a woman that has shattered the glass ceiling. She's not only done it for herself, but also continues to impart this knowledge to other women with her latest endeavor, Playbook, the journey of female founders, an entertainment platform that uses power of storytelling and shared experiences to help women develop their careers. A platform by women for women. Having a startup of my own, I must admit that being here and introducing our next speaker is of a great honor. Every woman is wanting to hear your journey and wanting to achieve at least half of what she has. Can we please have the AV to introduce our next speaker, please?
Shreya Ram Mohan, co-founder, Playbook. Brand director with 8 years of professional marketing, consulting and digital marketing experience in 10 industrial sectors and 3 regional markets. Media leader for the largest women empowerment network in MENA since 2018. She has also led Built for Bahrain program, the winning startup of the Middle East Partnership Initiative by the US State Department and Bahrain FinTech Bay. She presently leads marketing and product development at Playbook as the co-founder and chief marketing officer. Shreya Ram Mohan.
Well, as exciting as the AV was and the the next session will be, I'm so happy to invite our speaker, who's not only had so many credentials, but has also been a senior in my school. Over to you, Shreya, and so good to see you here.
Thank you, Ria. That was such a flattering introduction, and even sweeter to hear it from you. Seeing you grow up into the woman that you have become is just testament to what we're able to achieve, with no matter what foundation, no matter which schools we go to. We don't really need to be at all the Ivies. If there's determination and ambition, there's just so much that can be achieved. I'd love to share my screen to be able to tell you the story of Playbook and our journey. So if you could just give me a second. Do let me know if you're able to view my screen. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, it's visible.
Perfect. So albeit you've heard the background behind who I am and what I'm doing today, I think it's essential before I explain what it is that we are doing at Playbook, I walk you through a little bit of a journey. So I myself didn't have a straight line, experience into entrepreneurship. I don't think anyone in my family really expected me to take on entrepreneurship. I did my master's in, different kinds of fields, on an offline initiative courses. And I always thought that there was something within me that had this entrepreneurial spirit that I wanted to tap into. I started out actually as an associate management consultant. I did a lot of consulting projects at a national level in the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Sultanate of Oman, working with telecom companies, defining a lot of the work that they needed, lots of report and number crunching. But I didn't really see myself, fitting in that space in a long-term capacity. Something told me that there was much more out there that I needed to define my career and my purpose with. I found myself applying to marketing agencies in the region, and something told me that I had a creative bone that I could, make use of. And so I chanced upon an agency that was up and coming in Bahrain. Ideally, I would have wanted the CEO of that company, who is also now the CEO of Playbook, to deliver this note to you all. But us women, like Ms. Anjana said, we're wearing many caps, many caregiving responsibilities. And that's the beauty of having a fully female founded team. We're able to step in and support each other as needed. And so while she takes care of her caregiving responsibilities, I'm here to speak to all of you today about what it is that brought us to Playbook. We started out at this agency where I joined at the most junior level as a representative, and I made my way up all the way to the most senior most position within that space, which was at the director level. I worked with them for 6 years, and I was driven by this amazing female leader who was young, in her early 30s, but had such a drive to make a difference to the work that she was doing. And she showed us what it really meant to create space for yourself at the table and invite others to the table to speak with you. And that's what made such a huge difference to us in the work that we ended up doing. So the CEO, Wafa Al-Baydat, a very well-known Bahraini entrepreneur, is someone who has always been invited to represent the kingdom at international delegations. And she was invited to the World Economic Forum. And this must have been in 2017. And she attended one of the sessions, which was on gender equality and diversity and parity. And it left her very, very frustrated, because as she sat there taking in the statistics that was being delivered, 257 years to bridge the global economic gender pay gap was an enormous statistic to really digest. It meant that there would be a world in where our great-granddaughters could potentially live in an equal and fair economy. Beyond that, the statistics that they shared was that 7 out of 10 of the countries with the widest gender gap was coming out of the MENA region. Now, obviously, the MENA region includes Algeria and Morocco and a lot of other North African countries, but that statistic didn't sit well with an ambitious Arab woman. And she came back to the office and she spoke to all of us about it. Now, her business model was already at the agency where we were hiring a lot more women into the space. And so we felt very connected with what it is that she said next, which was, why don't we create a space, a forum where women would come together, learn from each other, learn from their experiences, and pave the way for one another. And we create a support system. We didn't really know what we were setting out to do when we started. And so in 2018, we kind of set the bar at, we'll have an in-person event that spanned 2 days. And if we get 500 attendees, nothing like it. But what really happened was that we ended up engaging with 300 plus women leaders from across the region for a span of 3 years. We were able to have a network of 10,000 women evolve over those 3 years, where we had committed to doing this in-person event, where people were learning from women's experiences. They were learning through shared storytelling. No one was lecturing. People were actually learning from the playbooks of these women. and how they were navigating, culture, how they were navigating, as Ria and other presenters have mentioned, this bias or glass ceiling that we're needing to shatter even in 2022. And we were able to create content that women felt was deep enough to actually address their pain points. And we felt like there was something over here that we had tapped into. So we scaled it in different ways. We did it as in-person events across 3 years and engaged with many parties across that. We built a podcast that is now with 100,000 listeners. And we also created a reading community. All of this was very close to our values as a team, as people spearheading it. But the more we kind of got into it, the more we got drawn towards making that our mission. And it's wonderful, and we had clients, and we were creating an impact in the marketing space. We just knew that there was something more that we needed to do. Unfortunately, the pandemic really created a shift in what those statistics started to look like. It's what they started calling a she session. So 75 million jobs were being either given up or lost to women or by women for different reasons. Either they were taking a step back because of caregiving responsibilities, or we were moving towards digitized economies that women weren't prepared for because the kind of roles that they were taking on was getting displaced. Now, there's great news. There's 133 emerging professions, but what's difficult about that is we are still heavily underrepresented in those 133 emerging professions. Now, if you look at the global economies, what McKinsey says is that we're losing out on $28 trillion of human capital wealth in a full potential scenario where women and men are working equally in labor markets. And with the pandemic really disrupting education systems, we had to kind of take a step back and think, what are we going to do about it? Because if we're going to wait for policymakers to change things, for governments to change things, and for those institutions to be able to tell us which direction to run, we'll be waiting a very long time, and we already have been waiting a very long time. So we reflected back on what it was that we learned from those 3 to 4 years of doing what we were doing. And that's when the most striking thought came to us, which was most of the women that we were speaking to kept telling us that the playbook to success for women was very different from the playbook to success for men. Now, that doesn't take away from our male counterparts and what they navigate, but it's just to state that you cannot put a cookie cutter, one size fits all play by play for people to navigate their careers. Whether we like it or not, culturally, societally, women have very different pain points that they're navigating from a very young age, and even further on after they graduate from their respective schools. Women statistically spend a lot more on education. We also tend to be at the top of our academics, and the numbers say it. But as soon as we get into our career spaces, the numbers are askew. Now, in emerging economies or leading economies, you will see these numbers slightly shift, but there's still so much more work needed to be done. So we decided to think on scale. So what we started to think about was, how can we create a tech solution that addressed education, content, community, all in one? And how do we handpick the right people to reverse engineer their playbook to how they were able to do it, that people can get valuable takeaways from? So playbook in essence is like masterclass for women. We have a robust idea of how our product needs to be defined. And one major aspect or component of it is masterclasses. And the second concept within it is community. Now, the masterclasses are more passive learning, while the community is more active learning, and it focuses on networking and mentorship. What you'll notice as a recurring theme with most of your female colleagues is they're probably in spaces as they go higher up their leadership levels, where they might be the only ones. And there's this concept of the only. So the only is a concept we'd really like to change. so that we have a much more level playing field. People are getting in on merits, and we're able to represent 50% of the global talent pool in organizations, because decisions get shaped by that. Having female founders lead companies that addresses that market shows that they understand that market. So they understand how to talk to that market. So they will come up with the right solutions to serve that market, because they most likely are the users of that solution as well. And that's what shifts the plate over here. Now, we don't have enough female founders rising up or being able to scale their businesses. Our intention through Playbook is that we create content that can guide them towards that. We can make it democratized in a way for people to access resources, for them to access mentorship, for them to be able to ask, for them to be able to grow into the roles that they deservingly can, champion for themselves. And once they get there, keep them there and be able to open the door for other women to enter. And so with Playbook, Wafa at the helm of it as the visionary, my other co-founder Ismahan and myself, we're really driven by a mission to change the face of learning and kind of create this dream school that everyone can learn from, that women can have access to regionally, globally. And obviously our first phase is going to focus on this region because it's a huge market to address, and it's a huge market that seems to need this more than anything. So if you go to the US, you have like the Female Founders Alliance, which allows entrepreneurs to connect within the United States. But when you come to this region, there's a complete lack thereof of communities that encourage networking, mentorship, and learning. But we're not limiting it just to entrepreneurs. We're looking at it for students to understand what are these emerging professions. They can make much more informed choices. I recall when I studied in CBSE, which Ria had pointed out, it was very difficult for me to pick the stream that I wanted to get into. And the world has changed so fast, and it continues to change so fast, that it's becoming more and more difficult for kids these days to figure out what they want to study as a foundation for them to be able to make informed choices about the rest of their life. I remember staying up till late one night with my mom and trying to figure out, am I going for commerce math, or am I going to go down to computer science and tech? And that's what we ended up, deciding to do, which was commerce with math. And I thought, oh, maybe I'll become a CA one day. And once I finished my 12th grade, my ideas and the way the world was changing shifted. So I went into business administration. And when I went into business administration, my thoughts and ideas of what my career would be was, again, very different. I didn't know whether I would take it on as an entrepreneurial venture or whether I would actually be exploring other career opportunities that are out there. But I never had that support system in place where I could learn from somebody who had done it, or where it was constructed within our educational institutions to actually sit down with us and guide us on the prospects. Today, the world is tech. Today, the world is digitized. Everyone's talking about NFTs. I, as a youngster, still don't understand NFTs, but it's happening. And it's so important for us to actually be talking about it and learning about it, and not leaving anyone behind when we're actually learning about these new ventures and these new entrepreneurial opportunities. Startups as a whole today are actually one of the biggest employers of students, of people around the globe. So it's very interesting for us to understand, how can we as entrepreneurs work closely with investors to create a space where we're helping economies grow together. Because when we create solutions for economies, we're working very closely with them towards creating a better quality of living, a better process, more efficient ideas. And that's what makes the whole entrepreneurial journey a lot more sweeter. So I really appreciate that, you've been able to give us your time for us to talk about what we're doing. I'm more than happy for, anyone to visit us and talk to us even after this, because Playbook is launched and, we're growing. We've filmed 7 masterclasses. We're talking to people, teaching you how to become a CEO, how to, thrive in government, how to get a board advisory spot. everything in the space of education that can go towards career professionals and towards students and towards entrepreneurs is what we're trying to tap into. And then we're trying to create access to mentors through global resident programs. So the more people, the more allies that we get on board to support a business like this, it shapes the future that we're giving to our daughters and to, even ourselves. So I'm grateful that conferences like this exist, because that's what, really shapes and makes a huge difference to where we're going to take the world from here. So over to you if you have any questions.
Thank you, Shreya. We already have a lot of questions coming in, so we would love for you to answer them. Can I shoot it?
Yeah, go for it.
So the first, we already have interested participants in your masterclass. So how does one go about to attending a masterclass, Shreya?
Okay, great question. So actually the business model that we're operating on is a subscription-based model. So that means that we have an annual subscription for membership. So you would have access to the masterclasses, which is an unlimited array of masterclasses that we'd keep releasing throughout the years. And also you'd have access to the community, which gives you exclusivity to attend events, tap into mentorship, even soundboard with other professionals from the region and beyond. So yeah, It is a subscription based. So you can visit our website. I don't know, maybe I can put it down in the chat. I'll just put it down.
That would be great for all of our participants to know better.
And you can go page by page and learn a lot more about each aspect of the business. There's a lot more that, there are different ways in which you can actually get involved with us.
All right. And is there any customer support that someone can reach out to in case they have questions about the masterclass?
Yes. So when you visit the website, there's a chat support over there. You can actually write in over there. But even if you want to shoot me a direct email, I have no issues. As a startup founder, we're people-centric. So we're not going to shy away from speaking to our customers. I think that's the most important part of what we do. So
wow, everyone, you already have the chief marketing officer talking to you on the email. So please make a note of this. Our second question, this is interesting. With foreigners living in Bahrain, would you say our ethnicity is a barrier or factor when it comes to becoming an entrepreneur in this region?
That's a very interesting question. I'm actually really happy that someone asked that question. So I myself, when I talk to my friends within the expatriates community, I see that their experiences are very different than mine. And I think it makes a big difference in terms of who you align with. Now, my father, myself, we've always had positive experiences working with the local, entrepreneurs, and they have been very considerate towards the value that we bring to the table. If you look at companies anywhere in this region, a lot of them rely on especially Indian expatriate, support, because they really do trust and respect the value that we bring to the table in terms of expertise, in terms of skill set. They do not micromanage us because they actually know that we probably have done the due diligence and educational, input that we needed to be a part of something that is being built. As an entrepreneur, starting up businesses in this region is not as simple as it could be maybe otherwise, but I think that it's changing very fast now, because the economies over here used to be very oil-based, and now they're suddenly realizing how much more that they need to create this separate parallel economy. So if you look at fintech and the amount that people are investing in fintech today in this region, it's skyrocketing. The numbers are crazy. It puts all of our funding rounds to shame. We raised a pre-seed of 700,000, and we're super proud that we did that. But then you look at a fintech and you're like, wow, like in millions, at a pre-seed. So yeah, there is opportunity. I think you have to go in with the right mindset and the right intention, and create those opportunities sometimes for yourself and showcase the value, and finding the right partners. That makes a huge difference. So attending events, networking. So events like these digitally are great, but also physical events where you can network with others. You don't necessarily have to be the CEO or the visionary behind it, but you could be the support system. You could be the executor of that vision.
Wow. And I guess that's where the masterclass will come into play, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And just to follow up on that, is there a criteria to be in a masterclass, or to start in this direction? Is there any criteria, or anyone can just feel free?
So, great question. So to be a master at this stage of our business, we're being very conscious of the content that we actually want to put out. You see, as a startup, there's a million ideas that we want to execute at the same time, but sometimes we need to prioritize as well what we want to do, what do we want to build upon, because the fundraising process for us never stops. The scalability of it doesn't stop. Like Anjana mentioned, everyone wants to be a unicorn. Being a unicorn is, well, it's difficult. And so you reverse engineer that process. You start thinking backwards into what are the things that you need to do to get there. And so for us at this stage in time, we're being selective. So it's invite only. We are identifying women across the region. We want to be able to tap into both the Arabic and English markets. So we're trying to balance out our content so it addresses both languages. We'll have closed captioning on all of our masterclasses, but we're trying to get the people who were the first or the onlys, and they're the 1%, that we want them to be able to tell us how they were able to do it. You know, how were they able to become the first female minister? How they were able to lead a family business. And when we do that, we're handpicking and choosing people from different countries and different cities, because it creates a domino effect and people feel represented. Most of the content that we're consuming today is not coming from the region. It's coming from the US, it's coming from the UK, it's coming from Europe, and barely, I would say, coming from India. Because even in India, everyone's watching what's happening in the US and the UK. And what makes a difference today is when you see people who look like you, who talk like you, who have similar experiences, who you can identify with and you can relate with. So we're really trying to curate that at this point. Maybe down the line, we will start accepting applications. But for now, it's really it's a very strict process, I would say.
Correct. But if our members, you do have any questions, of course, the email address provided will help you. And I'll just move on to the last question. It's an age-old question. Even the person agrees. Even so, in your opinion, is it better to be a CEO employed somewhere, or to be an entrepreneur in charge of your own game?
Great question. If you want the truth, you're not really comparing the same thing. It's both are very high stress because you're the captain of the ship, regardless of where you are. But the additional stress that comes with being the CEO of a company that you have started is runway. So again, this is a great segue from Anjana's class, is because runway in startups, you have to be so mindful. It's a very stressful exercise to make sure that you are being bootstrapped from the beginning to very effectively manage your resources, manage your budgeting, because you are building a company from scratch. You are responsible for the payments, the salaries, the costs that we would love to run with, because when you're starting a startup, you want to spend for everything left, right, and center. You got that pre-seed funding and it's let's go blow it up. But you have to be so careful because it's not guaranteed that you will get your next round of funding at the time at which you want to actually raise for it. So we closed our pre-seed round in January, but come June, as we build traction, we will be going into our seed round. We already have someone leading our seed round from Saudi Arabia, but at the same time, it's still not as simple as it looks. So as a CEO of a startup, there's a lot more variables that get into consideration financially that can weigh down on you. And it's do or die, right? You can always move from other companies to other companies being appointed as the CEO. But when it's your own startup enterprise, there's a lot more pressure because you're the person leading it and behind it. So its success depends on you.
Well, yes, this was great. I hope the questions have clarified and brought in a lot of insight for the audience. And I'm sure they have, because personally sitting here, I couldn't stop looking at the presentation, stop looking at how evolved you have become. But yeah, we've gained a lot, but just wanted to say, if you have any money problems or anything, we have a group of chartered accountants who can support you at any point of time. We are
we will definitely be tapping into this community.
We can provide you the
thank you so much. If I could just end with one note, it is,
yes,
I have two asks from the entire community, yourself included. For us, building this, it's a purposeful business. We have done the money game. We have played it out in different businesses. We've been successful. We did the Women Power Summit. We raised $500,000 in revenue, not just like raising money for it. We've made money back. And we know that we're good on that part. But what we really want to do is make this a very purpose-driven business. And so we have an aspect which you can go onto our website and look at it. It is the founding member legacy hall. Nothing would mean more to us than having more female investors come on board and have more female women investing in startups and having them on our cap tables. But we also understand that there's a lot more education that needs to happen in that space, and there's a lot more conversations that need to take place, which we're hoping we're the conversation starter for. But there's other ways in which you can still be a part of it and pave the way. And the Founding Member Legacy Hall allows you to do that. We actually have a lot of amazing founding members already. We have 60 founding members. They're from India, they're from this region, they're from the US, the UK. And their intention is, with a one-time small investment fee, they actually become a part of what we're doing. And we also rely on them for mentorship and advisoryship. And we also find ways for us to connect with them to create more value in the community that we're building, because they're experts in their field and they just want to be a part of our journey in some way or the other. So if either of you see alignment in like shared values or principles, please feel free to become a founding member. And my last ask would be, obviously, if you feel like you're lost in your careers and you also want to figure things out, or you have friends or family that would need, some kind of guidance and support, then please feel free to subscribe to Playbook and do give us feedback on your experiences. Because for startups by a female-founded business, especially, to succeed and reach a Series A or B or C, it's so important that we have that feedback loophole, and it's with the intention for us to grow and learn from what we can improve and make better with our our experience. So yeah, I guess that's it for me. But thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Shreya. I just hope this is the beginning of your journey with BCICAI and so many women who are going to reach you, or you're going to reach us. It's just going to be a great journey either way. I can't thank you enough for being here. And it was so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining for this session again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, members, I hope you've had a great interaction with Shreya. We're now going to move to the next very, very exciting round of Kahoot. Who doesn't like the fastest fingers first, and the heartbeats going up and down when you see your name on the screen, whether it's going up or down. They're really exciting prizes, and even the most fun person making us play this quiz. So please welcome C. Anusha for this next round of Kahoot, followed by vote of thanks. Over to you, Anusha.
India, birthplace of a civilization that is over 5,000 years old, a nation where traditions coexist with modern society. As early as in 5th century AD, Aryabhatta, the mathematical genius, invented zero that revolutionized mathematics. In Indian mythology, this symbolizes universal unity. This represents power. This depicts integrity inherent in humankind. While the country moves ahead towards prosperity and progression, it embraces its past to forge its future. As the symbols of unity, power, integrity, and progression come together, it creates the Saraswati Yantra, the divine source of knowledge and wisdom. A perfect visual identity for the 21st World Congress of Accountants. inspiring the gatekeepers of world economy to attain excellence, independence, and integrity. India proudly welcomes global accounting experts to 21st World Congress of Accountants at India's financial capital, Mumbai, November 18 to 21, 2022.
Thank you, Sierra. Every accomplishment starts with a decision to try, and there is no limit as to what we women can achieve. And holding yet another International Women's CA conference successfully, second year in a row, is a true testament. The theme of this year's conference is Break the Bias, and Bahrain chapter of ICAI contributed by celebrating women's achievements through an array of eminent speakers today. A very warm evening, esteemed dignitaries, speakers, invited guests, and our dear members. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not gifting it. And so it is indeed an honor for me to summarize our gratitude on behalf of BCICAI. We kickstart our gratitude predominantly to this beautiful island of Bahrain, which is our home away from home, for all of us here. We are grateful for the love and respect we have received all these years and hope that will continue in future as well. We extend our earnest thanks to all the dignitaries who graced the inaugural session of the Second International Women's CA Conference today. His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastava, Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, for his continuous support for all chapter activities and his presence and address for today's event. Gracious presence of Ms. Sausan Abdul Hassan, Independent Director, Benefit Company, and Ms. Ferial Nas, Founder and Chairwoman of Bahrain Entrepreneurship Organization. Engaging presence from our parent body, ICAI New Delhi, represented by President CA Dr. Debashis Mitra, Vice President CA Aniket Sunil Talati, both through their video messages, Council Member CA Shri Priya Kumar. It was indeed an honor for all of us to have your presence in our Second International Women's CA Conference and sharing your words of wisdom. We would like to express our wholehearted gratitude to our guest of honor, CA Padmavati Hariharan, who would have encouraged so many in her own very special way, or rather very cute way today. Our sincere thanks to our keynote speaker, Mahalakshmi Sarvanan, Founder Women Entrepreneurs India. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our eminent speakers for today, CA Divya Singhal, Founder Share a Little, Dipshika Kumar, Founder Speakin, Anisha Singh, Founding Partner She Capital, CA Anjana Vivek, Founding Director, Shreya Ram Mohan, the CMO and co-founder of Playbook. Our speakers today truly showed us that collective action and shared ownership for driving gender parity is what makes the right impact. They defined success on their own terms and achieved it by their own rules. I'm sure all members and guests present today would have been inspired by their success stories and experiences which they shared with us. BCICI expresses its wholehearted gratitude to our sponsors whose constant support help us conduct events of this stature. Special mention for our title sponsor, TIW Capital Group, Platinum sponsors, Grant Thornton, KPMG, and EK Kanu. Event sponsors, Trafco Group, Protivity, Keypoint, Standard Chartered, Tally, American Express, Owl Dairy, Early United Bank, and Diyar Al Muharrak. The success of a virtual conference is instrumental to the uninterrupted technical assistance behind the scenes. And BCICI is grateful to the excellent and constant support of our technical partner, Mr. Ajit Nair from Convex Media. Thanks to our design partner, Mr. Renju, for the virtual visual support all the way from India. A special thanks to Gayatri Nath, the woman Shakespeare, for the excellent poem, An Ode to Women Entrepreneurs, that she composed specially for our conference, giving it a perfect start. A big shout out to our women BCICI members who wholeheartedly came forward and helped make this second International Women CA Conference a huge success. CA Natasha, CA Radhika, CA Khushbu, CA Roanna, CA Karishma, CA Ambika, CA Ashwati, CA Riya, CA Deepa, and CA Varsha, and all other silent supporters from YCAP and our co-male members from our Bahrain chapter who constantly provide their support and encouragement. I would also like to acknowledge the constant support of the executive committee members of the BCICAI under the leadership of Chairperson CA Santosh and the unwavering support of Vice Chairperson CA Sharmila for their constant guidance and being a pillar of strength for the successful conduct of this conference. As always, our past chairpersons, mentors of our chapter have always been there with us to provide their guidance and support. BCICI will always remain obliged to them for sharing their wisdom and timely advice. BCICI always stood strong with the support of you all members as audience who have embraced us with their unconditional support throughout. And this can be witnessed by your presence today throughout the day. A big thank you for sharing your valuable time with us by attending this conference in large numbers. All the members of BCICI who have attended today's conference with a minimum of 3 hours attendance are entitled to a special gift from BCICI. With an entire day of learnings, we have a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more. Here's to our strong women who always have our back. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them to help us achieve greater heights. And with that, we now move on to the Kahoot session. We'll take a break or because I need to share my screen. My screen. All right, so welcome to the Kahoot round, which will test your attentiveness during the day. I've kept it very simple as always. I request all the members to please join in with their membership number and name. We have 3 prizes sponsored by BCICI, BD30, BD20, and BD10 for the first 3 winners. (7073743) is the game pin. 139015, please add in your name as well. Requesting again 139015 to type in their name as well, please. Come on, members, join in. We have good prizes for grabs. And we are at the fag end of the conference today. Lee, in case if you are a member, please type in your membership number as well. We have a well-wisher as well. I assume they don't want to participate in winning the quiz. We have 59 participants. I expect a few more to join in, please. If anybody is facing any difficulties, please let us know. Thank you, Lee. We have not even reached 50% of our capacity. I think I'll wait for 10 seconds more and then we'll start the quiz. All right, I'll log the quiz and we'll start. We have some more coming in. All right, may the fastest finger win. How many women speakers in today's Second International Women CA Conference were chartered accountants? Oh, good number got it right. I guess people missed out CA Shri Priya, even she was a speaker. So top on the board is Sunita, followed by Jonathan, Sumit, Abhijit, and Sthanu. Quote by keynote speaker, never give up on a dash, even if the progress is slow. Yes, never give up on a dream, even if the progress is slow. 17 got it right. Jonathan taking the first place, followed by Sunita, Abhijit, Sthanu, and Ajay coming in. It's a double points question. How many paid women CA members does BCICI have? I'm sure the treasurer and the chairperson should get it right. From the options, it's a very low number. So I urge women CA members to come on board and take up membership. Only 9 people got it right. Jonathan still has the right answer, and Sthanu is on a streak with 3 correct answers in a row. Following is or are types of crowdfunding: donation-based, reward-based, equity-based, all of the above. It's all of the above. So Jonathan, Sthanu, Radhika is a new entrant, followed by Akhila. Well-wisher moves down to the 5th place. How many women MCs were there in today's 2nd International Women CA Conference? 10, 11, 9, or 8? There were 9 women CA MCs today. Jonathan still is holding the fort up high. Well-wisher 55 in the 2nd place. I presume this is Kapilji. Sthanu, followed by Radhika. This is not a valuation method. Analysis-based, market-based, cost-based, income-based. So people were very attentive, I would say. 13 got it right. So Jonathan is still at the top position, followed by Kapilji, Sthanu, Radhika, and Akhila is again coming in the top 5. Sumit is the highest climber, up 4 places. CA Padmavati Hariharan became a chartered accountant at the age of 45, 55, 50, or 40. I think this question many would have been expecting. Well, got it right. Yes, she started at the age of 45 and she became a chartered accountant at the age of 50. Sthanu climbing up to 2nd place. Jonathan still holding top position, followed by Kapilji. Santosh is the new entrant at 4th position, followed by Sunita. It's true or false with double points. Women CA members of ICAI comprise of 23% of the total CA members. It's true. This information was given by the President ICI in the morning, in his morning address. So Jonathan, Santosh, Radhika, Abhijit is a new entrant. Ajay has again come back in the 5th position. Who said, "Woman I was born to be, entrepreneur I chose to be"? Shri Priya Kumar, Sausan Abul Hassan, Gayatri Nath, Faryal Nas. Yes, that is from the poem Gayatri wrote for BCICAI. Jonathan heard it very well, followed by Radhika, Ajay, Santosh, and Stano. Rajesh is the highest climber, up 4 places. Which is the 8th pillar which brings out the best in you? Friend, mentor, leader, or enemy? Yes. If you have an enemy, it will try to bring out the best in you. Oh, Jonathan is in a highest streak. He's come back with 3 in a row, followed by Ajay, Stano, Santosh, and Radhika. Who started her career with Clinton administration? Anjana Vivek, Anisha Singh, Divya Singhal, Dipshika Kumar. Oh, we have mixed answers. Anisha Singh it was. Jonathan is having a good difference in the lead with his points. Crossed 10,000, followed by Ajay. Stano, 3 in a row streak. Ajit and Santosh. Oh, we have, indeed, we're breaking the bias. All the men are in the top 5 position in a women's conference. True or false with double points. Vice Chairperson CA Sharmila Sheth is leading the International Women CA Conference for the first time. The answers are pouring in very fast for this one. Oh, there are 3 people who still believe she's doing it for the first time.
I would like to meet this 3.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. So Jonathan is still having a big lead, followed by Ajay, Stano, Abhijit in a 3 in a row strike, and followed by Santosh. Where are the women? Who has led the Build for Bahrain program? Faryal Nas, Sausan Abul Hassan, Shreya Ram Mohan, Najla Sharawi. This should be an easy one. Shreya Ram Mohan, who was our last speaker for the day. So the leaderboard remains the same. Ajay has a streak of 9 correct answers in a row. Well done, Ajay. Second last question for the day, double points. When was the first International Women CA Conference held by BCICAI? 8th March 2021, 18th March 21, 20th March 21, or 25th March 21? Now it should be very easy. Only 6 got it right. 8th March is the Women's Day. We didn't have the conference on that day. Jonathan finally lost his top position. So Stano, Jonathan. So we have 2 female members coming in, Akhila and Radhika. Sunita is up 5 places, being the highest climber. So we are on the last question for the day with double points. What is the theme of our second International Women CA Conference? This should be really, really easy. Break the barrier, break the stereotypes, break the bias, break the gender bias. So there are still 2 people who didn't get the theme right. Maybe a wrong click. Let's give them a benefit. So 3rd position goes to Ajay. He wins a BD10. Jonathan, 2nd position, BD20. And 1st position is Sthano with BD30. Congratulations to all the winners. Runners up is Radhika and yeah, but runner-ups don't get any prize. We have prizes only for the top 3 positions. Congratulations to the winners. And with that, I hand over the control to CA Rowena for the last set of raffles.
Good evening, and once again, welcome to all to the last set of the raffles that we have for today. So the first 2 winners for this set will be getting dinner vouchers of Gulf Hotel. So the first winner for the raffles is, may I have the name please? CA Shyam Krishnan. CA Shyam Krishnan, are you there? CA Shyam Krishnan. Calling 1, calling 2. Okay, he's here. Congratulations, Shyam, on winning the Gulf Hotel dinner for 2 gift voucher. May we have our second winner, please? CA Deva Kumar Janalagada. So, do we have him present? Okay. Congratulations, Deva Kumar. CA Deva Kumar. So you win a couple dinner vouchers for Gulf Hotel. Okay. The next set of gift vouchers are BD10 gift vouchers for City Center. And the winner for this is CA Harish Ayappa Mukartia. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Congratulations, CA Harish. If you are present, can you just give a confirmation? CA Harish calling once, CA Harish calling twice, gone. Okay. Can we have the next winner? Okay. The next winner is CA Sonali Bansod. CA Sonali, can you just give a confirmation of your presence? CA Sonali calling once, CA Sonali calling twice. Okay. We have our next winner, CA Ashwati Udayrajan. CA Ashwati. CA Ashwati calling once, CA Ashwati calling twice. Bad luck. Okay, can we have our next winner? CA Karishma Oponi. CA Karishma, can we have a confirmation of your presence? CA Karishma calling once, CA Karishma calling twice. Okay, bad luck. Our next, okay, I think Karishma is there. So, okay, no? Okay, since it is confirmed by Abhijit, so unfortunately we don't get it. Okay, so can we go to the next winner? CA Subhashri Srinivasan. CA Subhashri, if you are there. Okay, so so just for a clarification, we have two winners, CA Karishma and CA Shubhashri. And with this, we come to the end of the raffle session. I want to thank each and every one of you who have taken out your time and joined us to make the second International Women's CA Conference a huge success. With this, I call it a day. Goodbye. Take very good care of yourselves. Stay safe and have a good evening. Bye-bye from all of us in Bahrain.